Hey y'all. I'm so sorry I was late, girl. Not me. I had to make a quick TikTok about tall men. Hello, everybody. And I'm just going to apologize because y'all know this is not the schedule I wanted to do. I don't know if y'all remember yesterday when I was like, oh my God, it's a little hot in here. And I think y'all remember I had my sweatshirt on yesterday. I thought it was me turning 38. No, the air went out. So I had to wait to have that done today, and I didn't want to be on stream when they came to fix it because my dog is, I don't know, she's a psychopath. Okay, so I needed to make sure I could calm her down when they came in. And let me just show y'all what I had to do. It's really sad that I have to do these type of things with a dog, but this is what I had to do with this dog, y'all. I had to send this to Mariah. Cause she's just it's really it's hold up. My bad, I did not stop my camera. Y'all look at this. Do y'all hear her? So that was my morning. It's so terrible. But I couldn't be live and have them come in here with this dog. I just couldn't be live. So I didn't want to risk it. And they were supposed to come at 9. So I said, okay, I'll be on by 11. They didn't come till like 12. They didn't, yeah, it was about 11:30. And when I tell y'all, I was like, y'all, I need to be online because all I could think about was this damn trial. And Erica texted me like, hey, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Tell her what happened. And I said, girl, but I said, this is crazy. All I can think about is that trial. And she said, don't you dare watch it without. No, she said, don't you watch ahead. I couldn't think of doing that. I could not cheat on my people. I couldn't cheat on y'all. I couldn't do it. I was like, I'm just gonna have to wait. But when I tell y'all this trial has got me consumed. But anyway, I had to make sure I told y'all that. Good morning. Hey, Erica. Hey, Carol. Hey, Missy. Hey, Ronnie's World. Hey, girl. Hey, Crystal. It's not morning, it's afternoon. Hey, excuse me. Hey, T. Hey, Shay. Hey, DJ Mommy Shay, thank you so much for becoming a member. Hey, Megan. Hey, Jaleesa. Hey, Nisha. Let me see who else is in here. Hey, Kristen. Hey, Cass. Hey, Lauren. Yeah, another day of Canton brainworm. Yes. Thank you so much, Too Pretty. Good afternoon. Hey, Ash. Hey, Valerie. Valerie, thank you so much for becoming a member. Hey, Brianna. Missy said, hey, Missy, at this point, I feel like I can be a detective better than half of these people. I feel you there because I've been really, and shout out to the people on X because the people on X have been kind of like really engaging. And I don't know, it's like I know we're in for a ride. There's more, guys, apparently. You know, we haven't even scratched the surface of the foolishness of this trial. We just haven't, and that's like kind of scary. Hey, Kira, how are you today? Hey, Crystal Jackson. Hey, Kia. It's hey, Jasmine. Hey, Georgette. Hey, JT. Girl, I was stressed. I was stressed. I really thought they were gonna come early. I couldn't into my streaming time. I was just like, I had a plan, but my dog she's not well. She's not well. So I mean, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I almost thought about rehoming her like Chloe. Today, I said, you're gonna have to go. Because this is sick. This is sick, y'all. I said, oh baby, Chloe probably doing fine. You'll be fine. I might have to rehome her. I might so yeah, it wasn't me. It's this dog, y'all. If she could chill like my niece's dog, I would have been fine, you know? Put her in a crate, cool. Baby, if I put her in her crate, it would have been worse. It would have been worse. Hey, Kirsten, how are you? Hey, Isis. It would have been worse if I did that. Good afternoon, Miss Dress. Hey, Aaron. Ring footage that never requested. What? Somebody tweet you that there was ring footage they never requested this morning. Y'all, this is what I want because y'all, it's so crazy. if we could find some type of footage, something, show the man going in the house. I need something. I need something. Hey, Jermaine. Hey, Paris. Hey, Rita. I need something, guys. I need something. Lauren, I have not checked my email, but I am. Also reached out. Someone else like tagged me and was like, hey, you should have her on your show. And I was like, I'd love to, but right now, like, I can't really, I would not feel comfortable doing a show unless it's over the witnesses I've seen, because I don't know everything that's going on. You know, I don't want to get up there looking crazy. I don't do that. Hey, Miss Renee. Miss Davis, I think I spoke. Hey, Shameen. Hey, Purple Nix. Hey, Ari. Tati, friend. Hey, I feel like it's been a minute. Hey, Dr. Chris, how are you? Hey, Sugar. Oh, tell your grandbaby I said hey, hey, Sugar. Tell the baby I said hey. Hey, India. Excuse me, I think I caught you up there. I don't know. But hey, I said hey again. Hey, Paris. Paris, I know. They're telling me. This is a rewatch for me. I watched every moment of the trial. I just have to see your real trial, your real time reactions. Kayla, and I don't know how to feel about that, because y'all know the madness is coming and y'all want to see me up here acting a fool. Because Katie and Flamati, Katie Flamati Gallagher. Katie, which order do I want to? I'm gonna put Gallagher first, because it's no way you've been on the job 30 years and you act like that. It's no way you thought what you were doing was on the up and up. It's no way you didn't take your ass in the house. Okay? Gallagher, Katie gonna be number 2. Katie gonna be number 2 because y'all got on X, and it's all those, I showed y'all all of those pictures of her with Caitlyn, and you want to sit up there talking about we're acquaintances? Okay. Yes, and thank y'all so much for the likes too, because it's been a small group of us, but the likes been on point. Y'all know why they on point? Because this is our core group. Okay? This is our core group. This is the family dinner. And the family dinner got some manners. I love it. That Crystal, that's what they keep telling us. I'm gonna hate the new prosecutor more than Lolly. So you know what? I've been seeing people say that Hank is terrible. Hey, Haley, I've been seeing that Hank is terrible. Lauren, she might get rehome. Okay. Jaleesa, this what my family say all the time. Barchie's coming right back. Cause he don't Brianna, if Barchie could just sleep all day. Now, I don't want her to sleep all day, y'all. Like, I love my dog. Y'all know that. I just want her to not bark all the time. Like, every person is not a threat. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if you see the person come in, and I'm telling you, no, like, you ain't got to act like that, girl. Pipe down. Why do you still have to do it? I mean, she will not stop. It's going to be like low growling for at least 30 minutes. Like, hey, Vitra, I just don't know. I just don't know. It's a mess. Kayla said you just wait. Hey, Monique, how are you, Monique? Now, you know what, Paris? I think that's why I didn't get to watch Karen Reed, because YSL was going on. And like, I think one day I must have called some of Gallagher, because I had deja vu yesterday. So I must have called some of Gallagher's testimony. And I know that's why I didn't watch it, because it was going on the same time YSL was. And not only was I watching the trial, doing TikTok, you really just can't stream all day. It's hard to keep up with all these trials. I mean, it's hard. I was trying to watch some of Melly yesterday, but I was a little tired. So it's hard keeping up with all these trials. She said that just comes with training. Brooklyn, what kind of training, friend? What kind of training? I'll be lost in that bar. I told her on the ride, because y'all know I had to I had to ask my sister on the drive back. I had to ask my sister if she could sit in the back seat so Barchi could sit in the front, because If I would have put Barchi in the back in her seatbelt, she would have cried and barked the whole time. And my sister was like, "You never living this shit down." She's like, "I'm going to tell everybody this." But she sat in the back seat and we had a pretty cool ride, you know? Barchi is just something wrong with the dog. She's got anxiety or something. I mean, I'm not sure what I did to get a dog with anxiety, but you know, I got her. My sister was always, yeah, I asked my sister to sit in the back seat. Okay, I think I'm right here. I asked her because she sit in the back seat. She sat in the back seat, and I'm happy she did because we had a pleasant ride. It was a pleasant ride. She said all the witnesses look the same. Tati, I've tried. I just when I was asleep, I was like, I need to get her some of that doggy butter or something. Maybe some medicine or something needs to happen with the dog. But luckily, my family, I am her support parent, and she over there asleep now. Fine. But y'all, she has anxiety. I think so. I told she has separation anxiety. I bought her from my cousin when she was 9 months, and my cousin had just lost his dog, and then he got Barchi. And I don't think he was ready for another dog. Like, they didn't bond, because when I got to his house, he lived in LA. When I got to his house to get her, like, he primarily like left her in the living room. Really, she's bred to be a companion dog. It was really no interaction. He would feed her. She had puppy pads, so he wasn't really walking her and all of that. And I think that's just what it is. I really do think she's sad that one day she's going to go back to a dark room and nobody cares about her again. And for that, sometimes I have sympathy for her. Today is not one of those sympathy days, but I think about that often. And I tell people when they try to be mean to her, I try to remember that she gets so much love from me. And, I haven't worked in 4 years, so we're literally always together. She gets so much love from me that I think she is, it's crazy as it sounds. I think she's sad that one day I'm going to be back. I'm going to be back in that room. Yeah, not today, but I feel for her. That's why, I get why she's so anxious and won't leave my side. It's a little annoying, but I think about her first 9 months of life. And yeah, she does not like my cousin. She does not like him. When she see him, like when we have dinners and stuff and I bring her, she be growling. She doesn't like him. She's scared. Yeah, she doesn't like my cousin. And I understand. I tell him all the time, you are the source of her pain. You are a pain point for her. You're a trigger. He try to be like, you're a trigger for my dog. I need you to sit across the room from her. Don't even walk up on her, because I don't need her feeling away. So the dog, there's a reason for her crazy. And the reason for her crazy is my cousin. It's his fault. And I'll always blame him for her craziness. So yeah, I know we're done with Gallagher. I don't know who this next hurts. They all do look alike. They all have to go to the same barber. Hey, Tiffany. I think they all go to the same barber too. Your cousin's like my dad wasn't ready for a kid. Yeah. He got to sit in the trunk. Yes, Aaron. You can't be around my baby for real. Sorry. So y'all know we don't see. Look at her. She was over here asleep. So we had. Hold on, y'all. Y'all know I'm keeping track of the witnesses. So we 12 witnesses in now. They really do look alike. They really do. And the haircuts, everything. It's really crazy. So we are 12 witnesses in. Lord, yeah, the last crazy person was Gallagher. Hey, Chabria. So y'all, we're still on day 5 too, y'all. So you guys know we're still on day 5. We should complete day 5. I'm probably gonna go for like 8 hours. So we should complete day 5, all of day 5. We'll complete all of day 6 because day 6 is only 4 hours, and maybe some of day 7. So we'll see. Bev always looked like she's over. I need to do a video on Bev because Bev is actually out of control.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Sergeant Sean Good to the stand.
Look at his haircut. They all look alike. They just all look like they live in Boston. I can't quite, I think it's Blue Bloods. They all look like they live in Boston. I don't know.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And ask them questions.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And fair to say at some point,
Of the numerous monitors,
where are you sort of physically situated?
Okay, y'all. He was on the stand. I must hit the wrong button. Bev looked like she just annoyed up there, y'all. I'm going to just leave it right here because I don't know what I did. Okay, there we go. She said they all look suspicious. Paris, I bet they do. Rookie, it looks like it. They all look like they go to the same supercuts.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Sean Good, Goode,
And how are you employed, sir?
at the Canton Police Department,
And how long have you been a member of the Canton?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the Canton Police?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, and when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The sergeant's, the oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on, that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside. So
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. You working on that occasion?
yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you've just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described as well.
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask it this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton Police Department?
We're inside the dispatch room. That's where you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
I gotta pause the live to say hi, Brandy, we haven't met yet, but I just started Karen Reed. And when I tell you the first day, I just looked at it today. Everybody has Brandy Churchwell. Make sure I go look at your information. I think I think that was your site. We were on yesterday. So please, y'all tell Brandy, hey, in the chat. Brandy, one day I hope we can do something, but right now I've told them I feel crazy because I'm still learning the moving pieces of this trial. But I'm so happy that you stopped by. And thank to everybody in the chat who suggested that I come look at your information. I think I'm following you now on X and on here on YouTube. But thank you for stopping by, Brandy. But this is a complete shit show, girl. This is a complete shit show. But I'm happy that they told me that you are a great and trusted resource for us to get some information out.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Camp Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
And what, generally speaking, does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, being able to look up if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and all of a sudden it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Now, beyond that, now, when people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on the line?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of his location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing the call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus a law enforcement police type call?
So any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously we would handle it. But if it's fire, medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button. It says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular day, January 28th and 29th, at some point during your shift, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with, what, if anything, does he do for work?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department at the Canton Police?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. He doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody, but he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually, could be U.S. Customs, 2 of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
Do they have sort of similar relationships as far as?
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department. If Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police?
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into the dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see. But
do y'all hear what he said? Y'all know I'm over here taking notes. He's saying he saw Brian Higgins because he works the 12 to 8 shift. I need to make sure I write that down. He works the 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. shift, right? And he saw Brian Higgins at the police station at about 1:30 a.m. What the hell was he doing at the police station? I hope we figure it out. Hey, Theo. Hey, Siobhan. Let's see.
Now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what if anything do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of weather?
We try to move all the cars that we're not using. That'd be on a midnight shift. It's any of our unmarked detectives' cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of the personal vehicles and the marked units belonging to Canton Police, with regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what, if any, vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two. They'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles in regard to snow removal, what, if anything, was typically done with regard to that?
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
Hi, Jackie. Thank you for being here. Welcome, Jackie. And hey, Lizard. And y'all, I'm still trying to piece together why Brian would leave a party where he was drinking. Well, I don't know if he was drinking yet, so we're going to have to see. I'm assuming he was drinking because it all seems like a clique full of alkies. I want to know, why would he leave that snowstorm and they're saying he's there? It sounds like Lexi said, they're going to try to say he was there to move cars. I better see some footage of him moving them cars.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what, if any, calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male potty that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody? She said some version of, he was out with friends, he didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fifth?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Carrie Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
Mayor Pro?
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. You recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm calling to introduce the medicine. No objection.
This would be exhibit 35.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury at this point.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right. Go ahead.
Hold on, y'all know no millionaire left behind. So Marina, what they're saying is he was at the party the night that they had he was at the house the night of the party. And then for some reason he ended up at the police station at about 1:30 a.m. is when this man says he saw him. So he went to the police station. And I'm with Ash. Maybe he was trying to hang around to see if he heard a call come through. I don't know.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend is not come home last night. We were at waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take anybody outside the name of Joe. Yeah, he's about to call and we'll be on phone, but.
No.
He probably another guy and has some house, I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down in Pueblo.
He lives on Meadow, Pleasant. Okay, and your way is, where, so like what we said, he grew up.
Yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so, I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he obviously came home, and he kept touching with me to let people get there, back to her.
Okay.
And so, she knows that we can have to go there, all the to be home, but then she nervous that he never even happened.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like they happened, like,
Y'all know I just cannot sit here and just, I got to rewind it. I'm having a hard time hearing it. I got to rewind it. I'm sorry, but y'all know I just can't sit here and act like I'm hearing it and I'm not. I got to rewind it. I got to put my listening ears on as the kids say in elementary.
be on top, but.
No.
He probably another guy and has got his own house, I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down in Pueblo.
He lives on Meadow, Pleasant. Okay, and your way is, where, so like what we said, he grew up.
Yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so, I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he obviously came home, and he kept touching with me to let people get there, back to her.
Okay.
And so, she knows that we can have to go there, all the to be home, but then she nervous that he never even happened.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like they happened, and I said, okay. Well, the top area hospital, you know, we got the personally think he probably have to take him out to the doctor. I don't know.
Yeah, where did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. You would have to, call in a couple of patients and talk to us, but I mean, that's right now, it's more, he's been at home last night, he's this common, sometimes we'll have with him.
No, that's why. That's because she did tell me, that's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured.
Eric, it looks like the captions are struggling too because they're talking about music. You see it says music. From what I'm hearing, she's basically saying, hey, my friend's looking for her boyfriend. She dropped him off last night. I did hear that, expecting him to come home at some point. He didn't come. Lexi just said that they're just checking to see if any chance the police picked him up. Okay, because I'm struggling. I'm like, damn, like I'm really struggling to hear what she's saying. And then it's probably muffled, and then their accent is probably why I'm struggling.
I called the hospital, I said, can't send police to make sure, even if they don't want to get back to police officers, anyone back to police, if anybody could take them out.
Yeah.
We get it off. Yeah, we don't have to move this time,
Yeah, no. Okay, I was thinking I was stuck here, but we haven't get any calls or anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. All right.
Well, thank you.
No problem. Good luck.
Thank you, bye.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Kelly Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.? Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours, though, as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Canton Police Station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different people, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what if anything had changed between the weather when you arrived?
The weather
and around
again.
6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, Madam Mayor, approach again.
Yes.
So, showing you another this, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
I'll ask you to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
B, that's what's kind of funny because, you know, this is definitely a small town. The fact that he took Carrie's 911 call, he's going to take Jen's 911 call, he's going to be at the scene, he goes to the house, like he really is moving everywhere when in terms of this mess, which is another problem for me. Too many people involved. It's another problem for me.
No, please, for a lot, whatever, to.
Yes, I need someone from the 34th to, 34th years old, kidnapped, and then the impact out in the snow.
You can't pull up, because you can't please go. You can't get to know, okay?
Yeah, no, right there.
It's the house, that's that line.
I could keep it, like, something like that, you're in 50.
It's that line, because we can't.
Okay. I'm going. Where's the market? I don't keep my head.
911 emergency.
And immediately can start the Canyon Road, Canyon now.
What's going on?
There's a guy on the top of it in the snow.
In the sun, 34.
Yeah, 34 the Albert resident. Yeah, I just pulled up the mountain.
Now, somebody on Twitter said this to me already, but y'all know I take what y'all say on Twitter with a grain of salt. I have to hear for myself. Did y'all hear what the hell Jen just said? Can y'all tell me what Jen just said that makes y'all go, What did she say, y'all? What did Jen just say that would make you be like, I'm trying to see if y'all heard it too. In front. They knew where the hell he was at. I didn't even hear that battery. I got to listen again. So get ready. The Albert residence. The Albert residence. That's the 911 call. That's the 911 call. That is the 911 call. Hey, Kim. That's the 911 call. So here's my thing. If that's the 911 call, they knew whose home they were heading to. Erica, the town too damn small. That she knew they would know where they were as soon as she said the Albert residence. Not only that, those first responders, especially those police officers, why the hell y'all didn't go knock on that door? Like, why? Yes, they knew where to go. And Katie got her ass on that stand and said she didn't know whose house she was pulling up at. You think the dispatch didn't tell the people? They knew who lived at the house. Hold on, y'all. Zakia, you may have missed this because I think you came in later. Girl, Katie and the Albert's daughter, they're friends. Hold on, y'all. Y'all know it's no millionaire left behind here, so I apologize. If you're new here, we do a lot of stopping, and talking. Sorry. But if somebody seems like they're a little lost, but we got to help them out. Look at this, Zakia. They're friends. Those pictures, Zakia. These are all of the pictures Katie is in with Caitlin Albert. She knew whose house that was too. She knew whose house that was too. Katie was told what to direct everyone to. Yep, remember they said go ask Katie. Katie, you go around and ask what happened. And they still didn't knock on the door. Fishy. Because y'all knew who it was. It was so easy. It should have been more friendly for you to go up there and say, hey, what's this guy doing in your yard? But no, they had to play politics before they knocked on that door. Katie knew. Yes, they went to prom together. You see it, Kia.
Hello?
Yeah, that's you got the 34. Yeah, you wrote it.
34 Fairview?
Yes, it is. I mean, I'm responsive to the show.
Okay. I'm people well.
He's going to be here.
Okay. What's going on with you guys now?
We just took him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that some girl?
This is girlfriend. Yeah.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and I couldn't get out of the hour. If he's carrying, I don't know if he's breathing. She was trying to, it could be heat and everything.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to talk about it. They just get it.
Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's going.
Oh, okay. They don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have to talk to Connor and the police running all the way. If everyone's just finding CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm better friends. I know, I'm not holding the interview. I know. So, Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
I'm talking about me. And
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head up?
yeah,
Okay, bleeding from the face. Now take the little
If I could ask you just to back that up about 10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren outside comes out.
We're fine.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right. Now take the full blood if there is any.
Something coming out of the one of the ones that is doing CPR.
Okay, one moment. Is doing CPR?
Yes.
Okay, so on the CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back when he becomes responsive, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron. And so, upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatch?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34 Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
And, so you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you travel down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it had to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lang.
why that?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior.
Listen to what he just said. He called, Gallagher was off, right? Y'all remember Gallagher was at home. He called Gallagher and he called Lank at 6 a.m., right? About right after the call. So let's say about between 6 and 6:20 a.m. He calls them. Why do you need 3 people? You don't know what's happening yet. No, he knew some shit had stirred up. He knew this. Look at Aaron. Oh, we're gonna get there. They you knew something was going on because why you gotta call the town small as hell? You done call all the damn lieutenants in. Like, sir.
The shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lang is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Canton Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Dever. D-E-V-E-R. Sorry.
And for Manipul reporter, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell
Okay,
Officer
Lord.
Dever's last
Thank
name?
you.
No.
Yes, it's going to
Okay,
be D-E-V-E-R. You're welcome.
We got like 70 more witnesses to go. So,
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14.
yep. This doesn't sound right, babe. You called a whole department in. You don't even know what's going on.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there and she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve your?
Sure.
Yes.
Hey, Karen. Mm-hmm. It's a not guilty.
Now, Sergeant Good, with respect to your response, Canton Police Station 234 Fairview Road.
Okay, y'all, I have to stop to address Val's comment. She said they made sure 34 Fairview wasn't on the report. Let me tell you something, Valerie. At first, I just thought it was clerical errors. It's starting to seem like they intentionally messed up their report because if you recall, yesterday, Gallagher would even say, oh, his body was like, kind of at 32 Fairview. He was saying, I remember him making that comment. And listen, I remember him making that comment. I do. I remember him. And now it makes sense why they are doing that. Remember, somebody had like 32, I think it was 32. Somebody else had another 30 something as well. And now it's making sense. They intentionally did that. They have some pull. Yes. Hey, Kaylay. We only been up here. This man only been up here maybe 20, 25 minutes, something like that. So yes. Hey, Mama Jenkins. Yes. And Gallagher said was 32 Fairview. Yes. It's sounding like they was doing this shit on purpose. And I hate that if they genuinely messed up, right? It's the perception. And remember, Gallagher kept saying, well, I thought we could have investigated this, but it was the perception that we knew it would be perceived wrong. Same thing here. The perception. Hey, Haley, how are you? Yes. I'm saying, Miss Mama Jenkins, we've been on like, this our third day. I think this is our third day. We're watching Karen Reed trial, and we'll be on the whole month. Like, no appointments, nothing coming up. 9:30 to, we've been on here 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. So we've been on here. Yeah, there we go. The appearance of impropriety. Yes. The Alberts clearly run the town. Hey, Jenny D. Hey, Key. She said they ass acted like 34 Fairview vanished. Exactly. Come on.
What was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching, or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton Fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my two cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, he would take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so.
Time out, y'all. Y'all know Key just got in here. So Key, this is Sergeant Good. This is the other officer on scene. Remember yesterday Gallagher was saying that he was with Lank, I think. I'm sorry, I'm probably mixing them up. Sergeant Good was the 911 dispatch when Carrie Roberts called. And when Carrie first called, she was just saying, hey, my friend's boyfriend, we haven't seen him. He didn't come home. Is he there? Like, did y'all pick him up or something, right? That was him. Then he also took the call when Jen called, the friend who was saying, hey, we're at the Alberts residence. Yes, Key, she said Alberts residence. And there's a man, he's unresponsive. I think he might be dead. He took that call too. And he also arrived at the scene. I know what his name is from, the dash footage. One of the dash cameras that we were seeing was Sergeant Goods. That's where his name is from. He's an all-in-one agent. He is all in one.
So is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called a WatchGuard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger back seat has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the back seat, they're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
You talked a little bit about the audio as far as the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a flash shot. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
And I'll seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Exhibit 41. All right, why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, ma'am.
Was leaving them on your chairs. Follow me. All right.
Cruiser camera video from your Cruiser 682 that you were driving that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish some of that video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start from the beginning through about 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what to do if I'm ever anywhere and they got this much snow. I just wouldn't know what to do. Why did everyone need to be there too? And y'all see, he got there after the other guy.
Sergeant, if you could, as the video is playing along, if you could just alert the jury to the portion of the video where you observe yourself sort of pulling on to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, when the sergeant does that, if you could just pause it with that. Thank you.
Yes, Dave. Brian Albert, people said he solved like 2 really big cases. He's been on TV, he's really popular. And the 911 caller, which was Jen, his sister-in-law, she said the Albert resident. If you do stuff like that, you know people know where you're talking about. Like, I would never call 911 and say the Gilbert resident. They're gonna be like, who the hell? Girl, what? People knew who they were and they knew their home. Niara, it's really scary because no one's questioning it. You know, people aren't questioning like all of this. This small ass town, he get up and call the whole department to come to this man's house. Yep. True.
All right, we're coming up to Fairview right now.
He works for the feds, but they say he has a satellite office. But
That's Spring, and next one up.
I think it's different when you're in a small town. But Haley, my thing was like, they didn't even
That's
know.
Fairview right there on the right.
You know,
Pause it just then.
Why everybody?
Sergeant Good, if I could take you back just to the right that you spoke just before.
Sorry, y'all know I like talking over them. It was the house, I think. You know, I do get it's a small town, but I also think that if they would have said, hey, if she would have just said the address, they wouldn't have dispatched all of those people. She said the Albert residence for a reason. And I think that house, like someone just said, it was a bad signal. The Albert residence, oh damn, I better call this person. He called all the big wigs in the department.
For that.
It's fishy.
What street are you on right now?
That's Chapman Street.
Hold on, Alice.
And
Look at my
was that Washington Street that you would turn to get onto Chapman?
Correct.
Can I ask you, when you're turning from Washington Street onto Chapman, are there any sort of businesses or sort of landmarks on your right or your left as you're making that turn?
So on the right-hand side, as you're turning onto Chapman, that's going to be Cassie's Corner Store. And on the left at the intersection is, it used to be called Temple Beth Abraham. I believe it's Temple Bin Bar something. I don't know the actual name, but.
So there's a temple on your left and Cassie's on your right?
Correct.
And so at this point in the video here is about when you're about to turn on to.
Yes.
Coming as you could.
I can see that too, Haley. I can see that. Oh, yes, babe, yes. And Haley, but this is why I did this. I felt like that too. It's a murder. It's here. I could see that, but he didn't know. This was like he's unresponsive. I didn't hear the whole call. Maybe she said some things that like he looks beat up or something. I didn't hear that though. But it's a small town, so I do get nothing happened, so everybody needs to come, which is why they were using red Solo cups yesterday. People are nosy. Hold up. Her name is Haley, but why Haley? Her name is Haley. Why don't I remember it being spelled like this though? No. Hallie, not Haley. You're telling me Hallie. Thank you. It looks like Hallie too. I'm sorry. Why you say something? Crazy for a small town.
Just coming to the pause right there. Can I approach the window, Sean?
Yes.
Like Halle Berry. Okay.
It was.
I'm probably saying it wrong. I'm just saying that. I swear, girl, give me
There's a pointer.
Oh, okay.
If I could, Sergeant, just ask you to, within this sort of still frame up here on the screen, do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to whom you recognize.
All right. That's going to be myself. Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Gilman. The gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame, Sergeant, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Sarif.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman, you can run. You can take that down. Thank you very much. And so, Sergeant, you arrive on scene in that area. First of all, what's contained in that video? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Sarif. I said, probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance, and then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Saraf, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where did he direct her?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
Speaking to other people without reference to necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Saraf, who, if anyone, you speak to next?
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Ms. McCabe.
And when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People just kind of walking in and out. And so Ms. McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good statement of how they ended up here.
What'd she say?
Following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, who, if anyone, do you speak to next?
Next was Ms. Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Ms. Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record to reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved in?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud or get next to each other.
And as far as your conversation,
So if it's the way he described it, how the hell did Flamati, who was doing CPR over by the flagpole, hear them at the car, hear Karen saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? If he is saying, listen, even though it was quiet, the wind was blowing so hard, you had to be right by each other to hear what was being said. How the hell he hear it? Flamati lying, the truth ain't in him. I can't believe him.
conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, or what, if any, response did she?
So I walked Miss Reed to the back of 682. She was obviously cold. Got her in the back of the car, put the heat on, asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her in the back of the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regard to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, is he dead?
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
About how loudly was she saying?
Oh, she was yelling it.
And so once back in the cruiser, you asked her some questions after she said, I don't know. What, if anything else, did you ask her that?
I asked her if she had driven there, and she said, I think so. And then right after that, she said, I don't remember. Because of her state, I decided to stop questioning there. She couldn't keep her train of thought.
She was still drunk.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Blank and Lieutenant Gallagher prior to your going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived?
Detective Sergeant Lang probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far.
And about what time did Lieutenant Gallagher?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following the conversation with the defendants,
Okay, sorry. So Lauren sent a clearer version of the 911 calls, and I wanted to play them before we moved forward while we're still on the witness who took the 911 calls, and we can actually hear what's being said. Let me see. Y'all, my AirDrop hasn't been working. So hopefully you guys can hear this. Let me know, can y'all hear this, okay? But this is a clearer version. Hold on.
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road in Kent.
Can you guys hear that? I want to make sure you guys can hear it because I'm playing it from my phone. And it is clearer. I can hear what she's saying. Okay, you can? All right, great.
Mass, there's a man passed out in the snow.
You're in Canton? Hold on, but transfer the Canton police. You call me. Be connected to Norwood, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
It's the towers, okay? Stay on the line.
I think she's dead. You need, you gotta get here ASAP, okay?
She said passed out.
Transfer to Canton.
Okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Harry.
911, what's emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come immediately.
I'm starting over. Ash said we need to start over. Here we go. We were only like 30 seconds in.
No, police is call on. What is your emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow.
You're in Canton? Hold on, but transfer the Canton police. You call me. Be connected to Norwood, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
It's the towers, okay? Stay on the line.
I think she's dead. You need, you gotta get here ASAP, okay?
I'm going to transfer the line. I'm transfer to Canton.
Okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Harry.
911, what's emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow at
He passed out, yes. 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found him.
Okay, 34 Fairview.
34 Fairview, Canton, Mass, yes.
911 is under court. Where's your emergency?
I don't know.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. Is he blue at all?
Yeah, you've got to get here, okay?
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Okay, that's his girlfriend. His name is John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
Is he breathing?
a couple of hours. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't.
Did y'all hear what she said? He said, how long has he been there? She said, I don't know. He got out of the car. So maybe a couple of hours. She's saying the man got out the car. Okay.
I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to do his body heat and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going. They just got to know if he's breathing.
Is he breathing, you guys? No. It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
You guys, Carrie, get up. Can you guys do CPR?
Yes, they flipped him over.
No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think she's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys?
What the hell?
Oh, right out front. You'll see the car. I know. I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey. I know.
It's not bad.
No, Carrie, you got to get off him, honey. Carrie, you got to get off of him.
Do you know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
My bad, child. This is LJ. Hold on. It's always a can you cash app me moment. Child, these new kids. Hold up.
Hours. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to do his body heat and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going. They just got to know if he's breathing.
Is he breathing, you guys? No. It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
You guys, Carrie, get up. Can you guys do CPR? No, I guess he's gone.
I did, Ashley.
They don't feel comfortable doing so.
No, I think she's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
Oh, right out front. I know, I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey, I know.
It's not bad.
Carrie, you gotta get off him, honey. Carrie, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
They had been out,
They've been out drinking.
yes, out, but I'm talking hours ago, maybe, and I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe he hit his head out?
Yes, possibly, there seems to be bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face? All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of his nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one woman is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on her.
All right, if she's doing CPR, just give us a call back and we become this response, all right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's time out because we got my lawyer friend. Hallie said she doesn't look at the 911 call either way. I'm gonna tell y'all what's bothering me about the 911 call. It seems like she's trying to disassociate herself with the victim. There's a guy in the snow. It is chaos. It is definitely chaos. There's a guy in the snow. Not only that, she's trying to whisper they had been out drinking. Baby, he was with y'all last. It's like it felt like she was trying to remove herself and only mention John and Karen. That's what it felt like to me. She never once said like, and I haven't watched everything either, Hallie. So let me say that, I haven't watched it, but I think people who are good in traumatic situations do that. No. Hallie, no, I do think she was great as far as giving information, but the information she gave seemed to eliminate her, right? I found this guy in the snow. Your friend. I thought they knew each other. No announcement that he was a police officer. There's that too. No announcement that he was a police officer. Like you knew him. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course, Hallie. I agree there too. Not a smoking gun. But let me say this. Everybody on this stream, y'all know this is my first time watching the case. So I have never seen Jen before. But Jen is just a name. She's on my iffy list. And that's just from hearing the opening, hearing some of the things. I'm like, well, who the hell is Jen? And is Jen her friend? Jen on there, I'm with Hallie on her being calm. Like I'm there with you because you do need a person who can remain calm under pressure. I'm there. I agree there. But my issue is the disassociation. There's this guy in the snow. Girl, you know the damn guy. And she eventually says his name, but this guy in the snow rubs me wrong. That's not what I would say about my friend. I just pulled up to this house. My friend is in the snow. We flipped him over. He's bleeding from the face. He's bleeding from the face. And then, why she whisper? She said, they had been out drinking. Why she whispered it? Why did she whisper? Ashley, yes. Why did she whisper? She eventually says he's a police officer. Oh no, Carrie said that. I'm sorry. Carrie's the one. So y'all, I got that too. I don't mind the calmness. I agree with Hallie there. I do not mind the calmness. I actually welcome it. Just because I think, hold on, y'all, I got to cash out my son some money. Just a second. I welcome that. I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about her being calm. It's the whispering. They had been out drinking. Girl. Hold up. Wait until you see her testimony. Girl, I don't even want to see it. I'm a little afraid. Hold on, y'all. This so sad. I thought he's supposed to be at school, so him calling me really threw me off. But then he's like, "Oh, I just want to talk." You just want to talk? Okay. What's up? I said, "Well, I'm busy. I'll call you when I get through. Now that I see you out of school and you talking about you just want to talk." My baby said, "Well, can I send him $1 on Cash App?" $1. He know he doesn't want $1. I'm gonna send him 20. Can I send him $1 on Cash App? Y'all, please, somebody help LJ. Something's wrong with him. But anyway, you were drinking with them. Alice, it's just like they had been out drinking. I'm not messing with it. I'm not messing with it, guys. I'm not messing with that. So we're gonna see. Hallie, these kids are just. Can I send him $1 on Cash App? What you gonna buy with $1 on Cash App? Wow, I got you on the phone. Can you send me money? Jasmine, that's what he said. She never went to sleep that night either. I don't think she went to sleep either. He said, she said my nephew stay asking for $1. Yeah, he asked me yesterday. He said, "Can you send me something with a 5 in it?" I said, "Cool. Does Cash App let you send 5 cents? Because that's what I'm about to send you. I'm about to send them 5. Let me send you 5 cents." Okay, guys. So, Carrie's call. And thank you again. Lauren sent these to us, y'all.
Hi, my name is Carrie. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend.
Before I get to Carrie, can I talk about one more thing? Before I get to Carrie's call. I'm going to mention the fact that this man said they went through some sort of 911 training. That man said, hold up, "I'll hang up with y'all." And I think he said something to the effect if they wanted to call back. It's a man on the ground, possibly that he was even okay without them doing CPR. No, just two, Key. Jen and Carrie. Yo, that man said, "Hey, Miss Sheila." That man said, okay, he was okay with no one doing CPR. At least try to calm the people down. Like, let me tell you why I say this, Hallie. I even think about when I worked for those 3-letter people. When I worked for those 3-letter people, and believe it or not, and it's so crazy, it actually happened to me before. We had training on if a person called and said they would kill themselves, right? People will call you and say that because of taxes, okay? People will say that because of taxes. That man, we are trained to not hang up the phone. Like there's a whole protocol. You try to keep talking to the people. Thank you, Shay. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Shay. Thank you. No, listen to what I'm saying, y'all. But it is your job, especially your job is to keep the people on the phone until paramedics get there. If they'll try to walk you through doing CPR, they will try to walk you through doing CPR, y'all. When I worked for them, we would have to keep the person on the phone, and literally you have to notify your manager. Your manager would send police to their address. It happened to me before. And you have to just stay on the phone with the people, right? Walk them through CPR. I'm sorry. That was strange to me. The fact that he was like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna let you go. We're gonna send them on out there, but they on the way. Have y'all really think he should have let them people go? Y'all y'all think they should have let them go? I'm telling y'all, I thought that was normal. Maybe I watched too much TV. I thought it was normal for people to try to keep you on the phone and make sure, like, prime example, my nephew got pew 5 times. He was able to call 911 himself. They stayed on the phone. They stayed on the phone with him till they got there. I just didn't know. I just did, like, that was weird for me. That was my whole point. That was weird for me that they didn't try to stay on the phone. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Like, I don't think that that's normal. People stay on the phone. Now, if it's something like, oh, I just heard shots in the area, okay, cool. But people actively trying to save a man. And not only that for people saying, oh, they couldn't hug up. Think about the fact, think of all of the stuff the EMTs did once they got to that man. They did everything they could to save that man. They did everything they could to save that man. Everything they could. So, Key, this might be right. I'm laughing, but this might be right. But you still got to try. You still got to try. Okay, y'all, this is Carrie's call.
Not come home last night. We were at Waterfall. And
Hold up.
now,
Cam, please, talking good.
hi, my name is Carrie. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at Waterfall.
She said we.
And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't pick anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe?
Yeah, he's a Boston cop, and he would be on foot, but
No.
I think he probably got a ride and passed out at someone's house. I don't know, but...
Yeah, but no, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, at the Pleasant.
He lives on Meadow off of Pleasant. Okay, and when is the wife home? You said his girlfriend?
With his girlfriend, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yep.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with him earlier in the night, but then he came home, and he has custody of his niece and nephew because their parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she's home with the niece and nephew, and they're old enough to be home. It's just she's nervous because he never even called the niece.
Yep.
So she's like, I feel like something happened. And I said, okay. Well, so he called the area hospital. Nobody has him. I personally think someone probably picked him up and he passed out. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He didn't drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Again, it's more, it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in or come to the station and talk to us. But I mean, as of right now, it's more, he just didn't come home last night. Is this common sometimes happen with him?
No. That's why. And he didn't call his niece. That's kind of why she's more freaking out.
Kira said, I think this is when they were searching for him or before she got to Karen. So Karen wakes up hysterical. Where's he at? And I think that she doesn't live far from Karen. Karen drove to her house, then her and Jen, and they get together and they drive back to John's house. Then they leave John's house and they go to Fairview. I saw that in the recap. But and we haven't gotten to that yet. But yes, so now Carrie is with her calling the police to try to see, hey, did y'all pick him up? Did you see him anywhere?
So I figured I called the area hospitals. I said I would call Canton police just to make sure he didn't get picked up. But like I said, it's Boston police.
She called all of the hospitals too, guys.
I know a bunch of people. Anybody could have picked him up.
Yeah.
Sleeping it off.
Okay.
Apparently they were having a blizzard party of some sort.
Yeah, no.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. But we didn't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that.
Okay.
All righty.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, Carrie said she'd called all the hospitals for him. Hold on. Hold up. Yeah, I think I might. Let me see. It's 2, so 5 more hours. Cause there's Caleb. I'm do WTF tonight. But that was Karen's call. So we have heard both 911 calls. Shout out to Lauren again. Thank you, Lauren, for those clearer calls. We could actually hear what was said. And I think Karen's call, not so bad. Get Karen. Cool. And that's definitely a small town. Sound like 2 friends on the phone chit-chat. So did she call 911 or the non-emergency lines? Well, he picked up Aaron. He picked up, and he was on 911 dispatch. So yeah, he was on 911 dispatch. So Carrie, so remember, she wakes up, and we probably haven't gotten to these. I saw a recap, but she wakes up, notices that John is not home and I think the niece wakes her up. They're looking for him. She's frantic. I hear she calls him a few times. He doesn't answer. Then she calls her friend. I don't know how Jen and Carrie, I don't know how Jen got into it, but Carrie got into it because Karen lives close to her. I think she was telling her, you might get a DUI. You don't need to be driving around. So she drove to Carrie's house because it's maybe a mile from hers. And then they drove back to the house to see if maybe he was passed out drunk somewhere in the house. Remember, she's still drunk too. Okay. They do that. And then they end up going to 34th Fairview. And then that's when they find his body. I don't know how Jen gets in, but when we get to Jen's testimony, we'll see. Well, too pretty, because his shift is 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. And so, it's a small police department. It kind of makes me feel like their police department might look like, y'all remember when Sheila went up that mountain and she had to sleep in that jail? Like, it's small like that. So he would know if they picked up someone that night. Oh, they said Karen called Jen. Okay. He would know if thank you, Lexi, someone picked him up that night. So here we go.
With anyone else did you speak to on?
Then I spoke to the other party, Miss Roberts.
If you know, about how long a period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Each interview?
Yes.
Couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
All right, so we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her in the back of your cruiser, where did you go? Where did she go from there?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I was stood in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Miss Roberts or Miss McCabe, yelling out.
And at some point, did the ambulance and Miss Officer O'Keefe was in, did that leave the scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Miss Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Miss Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Miss Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
And shortly after, and at that point, did Ms. Roberts take Ms. Reed?
She did.
And what, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to Ms. Reed?
It was moments later. I got a radio transmission from our officer at the working dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Miss Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to that?
Well, once our officer Deborah, who didn't even know that we had Miss Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that did we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Miss Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life, and he, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time, I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all the information. I believe I just called Ms. Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
And about how long was it after you spoke to Ms. Roberts that they returned to the scene?
They couldn't have gotten very far, especially in the road conditions.
Then based on those statements that were reported to you from the dispatch from defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Ms. Reed?
I told Officer Mullaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers. Just for that reason, I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Miss Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is a Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. Let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence. And if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released, but at least it's off of us.
Now, the time that Ms. Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine, have already left. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then going to apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to Section 12.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms. Reed?
Miss Roberts.
And during that time, after Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once the fire department returns on scene, what, if anything, do you direct them to with regard to Ms. Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mullaney fill out?
Officer Mullaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Miss Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
And then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lang's arrival, what, if any, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go on scene following?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lank at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or Sergeant Lank told Ms. McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
And why did you say that specifically to Ms. McCabe?
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people.
Did y'all hear that? We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. Do you see how this is intentional, guys? This is intentional. We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of the Alberts residence.
We need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more, why Ms. McCabe versus somebody else?
Ms. McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observe those lights go on in residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something that you about the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
So during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road. So you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing. And to be honest with you couldn't see very far.
So you and Detective Sergeant Lang go into the home at 34 Fairview, and who, if anyone, did you speak to him?
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you spoke with them?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her, but we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard over the course of the 911 call from Ms. McCabe that she references that 34 Fairview is the Albert residence, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Brian Albert, or were you aware of who he was prior to going to the house that day?
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
And how did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker that I've worked with for 18 years.
And coworker that you worked with for 18 years, who's that?
Detective Albert.
What's his first name?
Kevin.
And had you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
And when you go inside that day, it's Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, do you recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lang took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
Objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
What, if anything, did you observe about their demeanor when you spoke?
They looked like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicating that you're sort of looking or poking around the front area near the front door, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, of note did you observe inside the house when you did?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It seemed like a normal house.
And following, if you know, about how long was that conversation in the house?
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go?
At that time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in.
And again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
No.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lang ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lang, and Lieutenant Gallagher, what, if anything, did the three of you do from there?
Lieutenant Gallagher immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape, put around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene tape?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I wrapped it around by the flagpole tree and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the area that was identified to you as where Mr. O'Keefe was on Officer Sarah's ride?
Lieutenant Gallagher noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip, we couldn't keep it clear, and made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower, and I did. So I told him I'm not too far away from the house, So I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
And about how long a period of time was it between the time that you sort of left to go get the leaf blower and the time that you arrived back?
No more than 5-7 minutes.
And once you arrived back at back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, happened there?
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
Did he say
Now,
it worked great?
with respect,
It worked great. Started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
now, with respect to that sort of implementation of the leaf blower, what, if anything, did you or other officers do to sort of memorialize?
So as Lieutenant Gallagher was using the piece of equipment, I used my iPhone, videotaped it, and took 2 still photos.
Madam Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I actually don't need to. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 33 up on the screen. Just the first one.
Yeah, why
Sergeant Good, have you seen what's up on the screen as exhibit 33 before?
Yes.
And
Yes.
what do you recognize as?
That's Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular case?
The leaf blower?
And what's depicted on the screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you memorialized on scene that day with respect to the leaf blower?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video.
Gently use the snow blower. Give me the leaf blower. Oh my God! Why? Yeah, this is crazy.
With respect to using that leaf blower on scene, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you observe in the snow when that was used to throw away sort of the layers?
It exposed the blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser point, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those items in this.
So that's the glass right there. And then all the blood droplings.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take over. Now, prior to using the leaf blower, what, if anything, did Lieutenant Gallagher
I'm sick of him.
instruct you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 41 back up again. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds into.
I hope we're not looking at this leaf blower, dude.
You could pause it right there.
Okay.
Now, Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen, is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
this was early when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Fine.
Oh, nope, could be right.
Regardless, you recognize this to be.
Yes, sorry, if you just play it forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry. Can you-
Just play it forward, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play this through, so about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just follow real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what, if anything, you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34 Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34 Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And I feel like he's making a point to say that. And I don't like it. He's making a point. It snowed. I don't think it was, I think as that man, whenever he was unalived, right? I mean, murdered. Whenever that happened, the snow came down. It covered whatever footprints would have been there. Like that's on purpose. As you can see, there are no footprints. There's nothing up. Like that's on purpose. Why would there be any type? Why would it's look at all that snow? That's on purpose.
And, if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that.
Gallagher. Here, maybe it's about the rest of the art or something. Again, just trying to deflect.
You could pause it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking about before, is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed. That's
Okay.
thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run through for a couple more. Thank you.
They are here. His body was definitely.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take it down.
People. I think so too, EBS.
Now, Sergeant Good, you had spoke about as well some photographs that were taken to memorialize the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hey, Coach Ron.
Yes.
Been marked as Exhibit 8. That's the first district you recognize.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen. What's up on the screen? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to Exhibit number 10.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 10. Sergeant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you with Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointer you have before you direct the jury's attention to where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow that.
Go ahead, sir. Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 20A.
Okay.
So then if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well. And do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 20?
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We had to kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph, Exhibit 20A as well.
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph that is. Now, may I approach just to
Yes.
So lastly, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen. And Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen as and before you as Exhibit 27? Sorry, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
May I approach just to retreat?
Yes.
I may have just a moment now.
Yes.
Following your time on scene that morning, sir, where did you go from?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Camp Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, which believed to be blood droplets in the snow and the piece of a cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regard to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Sergeant Lank transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Sean.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Sean.
All right. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Rona.
All right, baby, it's time for cross. My favorite part.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Let's get nitty.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No,
We've never spoken.
no,
Sergeant Good, you grew up in Canton.
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools.
I did.
You graduated from Canton High School.
I did.
That would have been in 1998.
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor.
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, growing up in Canton and, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the
18
Albert
years.
family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right, well, Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January
I'm sorry, baby, but the fact that you know that man took over a house his parents used to own, those people business. Y'all, I got some champagne. I might have to make me a mimosa. I might have to make a mimosa because I don't know if I'm gonna get through this. This is crazy. Who said it? She said, "Mom." Oh my God.
28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay, and what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes,
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Canton Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up in 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have. Yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah. We've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably
Man, y'all, I thought Alan Jackson be with the shit. Baby, your Nettie's coming with it. Your Nettie is coming with it today.
help, correct?
I
You would. You
don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is the teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
To a fact.
And, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
And in terms of, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
What am I taught?
Well, I'm asking you, with regard to the teamwork and, having each other's backs and, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in.
Sure.
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
Sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
Let me just have a moment, Ron.
Okay.
Being a smart ass, or is really not that person? Yeah, this is a mess. This is a small town mess. You see, you can't be messing with them men from small towns. Don't move to his town. Make him move to yours. This is scary. Nikki,
May I approach?
thank you
Yes.
for considering. Full, thank you.
Directing to page 5.
Now, but move this messy. Don't be moving on them people's
Now, I'm going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a,
Your Honor, if he could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just show
just
it
go
to
ahead
him.
and show it to him.
sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking up the first 4 pages and directing you just to the 5th page.
Okay.
And specifically the second paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Keisha, you know he's on
Okay.
the supervisor.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
Hey, Glenn.
May-
Sure.
Thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is it
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know that the state police has a cars section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. You just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
Okay. But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you,
Sure.
and you're listed as Sergeant Sean Good, that's you, correct?
Mhm.
Of the Canton Police. And we're assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day.
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with a state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustain. Sure, why don't you all come up for a minute? Bring that, please.
Girl, look at her. Here go Bev sustaining. Baby, they all look alike. This is crazy.
What was your understanding on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Oh, so you did know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused itself from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork. Yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what the Canton Police was either allowed to do or not?
Well, he had passed away, so now no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, You've been a Canton police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes,
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
none.
None?
Homicides, no. That I was involved in, none.
That the department was involved
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
in. So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes,
Okay. Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Action, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton Police Department as of February 1st?
No,
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
no.
Now, Sergeant Good, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
It's over a decade,
I don't think so, but maybe.
between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
And how often would you see him at the Canton Police Station?
I worked midnights, so during that time, but I mean, 3 times a week I would see him. I mean, but we don't have the same work schedule. I don't know when he works. He doesn't know when I do.
Okay, and when you say you work midnight, that means you come in at midnight?
Yes,
At 8 a.m.?
correct.
And he works in the same building as you in terms of the fact that he has an office there, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other ATF agents that have offices in the Canton?
There could be. They don't check in with us.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No,
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes,
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department.
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah, Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
No, I
What was your shift?
took it off.
I'm trying to make my lunch, and I said I just cannot not stop this video to come and say we got another connection. First of all, I did hear this was like their first murder in 18 years. Okay, so we have that. Then on top of the first murder in 18 years, did he just say that the chief of the damn police and Brian Higgins are friends? Chief Berkowitz is Brian Higgins' friend? I said, did I just hear him say that? That's his friend. Chief Berkowitz is his friend, his boss. Wait, hold up. I gotta write that down, y'all, but I gotta tell y'all something else. Chief Burke and Brian friends. This too much. Okay. Everybody's connected. Do y'all remember Gallagher? Y'all remember Gallagher said after he sat out there for 2 hours, remember he said he had to go back to the station to talk to who? Do y'all remember who he talked to? He said, I had to go back to the station. He said I had to go back to the station and talk to Chief Berkowitz. Gallagher said he had to go back to the station and talk to Chief Berkowitz. Now, are we crazy if we don't think Brian called the chief too? The only people not connected is John O'Keefe and Karen. I forgot Berkowitz. I saw that he passed away like a month or so ago. Like, y'all, okay, we're gonna go back to him, but I had to point that out. And it's him right here acting like he doesn't know. He doesn't know that these people friends. You know, sir. No, Key, here, the 13th juror, she has it for you. Hold up. I'm putting the link in the chat again. 13th juror, she has all the connections, and it's a big chart. But click on that, and then I got it on my phone. So when people names come up, I go back and look at how everybody's connected. But here we go. And Brian Higgins was at the police station from 9 to 5 that day and was off. I know you lying to me, Ashley. Ashley said when Higgins, hey Shanika, she said when Higgins gave Berkowitz retirement speech, he said if you ever need to hide a dead body, you know who to call. Okay. Bye. Okay.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
All right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but you were on duty, correct?
Yes.
What was your shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry. What was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And when you're handling dispatch, you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
Normal car accidents, stuff like that patrol can handle, no.
okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m., while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Come into the dispatch area.
I said that earlier. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway? We have I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was in your room.
Correct.
But you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30, you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No.
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up?
No.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
Correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No.
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
Correct.
It already started snowing.
Yes.
It was supposed to get worse.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No.
And you don't recall how close you got to him?
No.
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
No, he just walked in. It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's not uncommon.
And you don't recall whether or not you got close enough to him to smell his breath or to smell what he smelled like, correct?
No,
At any point, did he tell you why he was there?
no,
How long did he remain at the station for?
no idea. I only saw him come in, never saw him leave or anything like that.
Did you ever see him do any paperwork at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever see him do any administrative work at the station?
I can't leave the dispatch room. His office is out on the second floor.
All right. So let's skip ahead a few hours later. You're still working dispatch when a call came in that a man was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
Just after 6 a.m.?
Yes,
You yourself took that call?
I did.
And with regard to who is responsible for entering the information that came in on a call to dispatch, who is that?
The person that's working the desk.
So at 6 a.m., you were responsible for taking down the information and entering it into your system, correct?
It's being recorded through the 911 dispatch, correct? But I didn't enter it into our IMC program, which is our daily log.
Okay, who enters that into your daily log?
That'd be the person that's working the desk.
And you had previously testified that location is important, correct?
Correct.
You would discuss the fact that if a call comes in on a cell phone as opposed to a landline, you want to know where that cell phone is, correct?
Yes.
And you have ways of pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the location on a map, correct?
Sure. Yes.
And you would agree with me that ultimately when the location was entered into your system, the location was entered as 32 Fairview, correct?
No, it was 34. At least we put it out as 34.
34 was the actual address, but 32 is what made it into the police report, sir, did it not?
No, my police report says 34 Fairview.
Pull it up, you natty. Pull up his police report.
I don't have access to the official page.
Baby, pull it up.
Now, when that call came in after 6 a.m., you decided that you would personally go out, correct?
Yes.
And Eric, I'm going to just say this. We'll go back to what Hallie said. Hallie said, well, you know, I did hear them. They hadn't had a murder in 18 years. Maybe it was big. Everybody's going to go out. But I'm going to say she said, I think he's dead. He's passed out on the lawn. He has blood on his face. It could have been a fall. It could have been anything. But it was that address. That address is why he said, damn, who else calls this dispatch? He said, it's a blizzard, everybody at home. Damn, who else calls this dispatch? I'm getting up and I'm going. And not only did he get up and go talking about, well, as a supervisor, I go. You also call other people. Why couldn't you just let them go and then let them tell you all about it when they came back? You went too. It was the address.
Okay. I actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I heard about that.
Show Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I'd ask you to read that silently to yourself, take a good look at it, and look up at me when you're done. You've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative is 34.
Okay. The face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes.
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
Sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes.
What name is that?
John O'Keefe.
No. I can have that back for a minute. Okay. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes,
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch?
I did.
And you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called two of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers, and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher was the other officer, and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34 Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
Yep.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
You and Sergeant Lank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together.
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
Oh. And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallagher arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please? Okay. Terrific. You're able to see Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lank was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered that front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch. There's a door that goes down to the cellar, is there not?
I don't know. don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection.
No, I don't know where his cellar is.
The objection sustained.
You don't know where the cellar is, and that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
Saw whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
You never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw whether there was any blood or other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Do you need this, Ms. Giannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning.
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who got there before you did?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, so Mulaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived in your marked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You had your overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, could you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck or cruiser, sure.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lang arrived in that, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional vehicles. And also Officer Saraf's vehicle was there?
And Mulaney's, correct.
Mulaney. So we're now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all had their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Langs does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Saraf and Mulaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted. That would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes.
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
Just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Oh, yes.
All right. Could I have Exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Saraf's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes in, please.
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
I had it as Exhibit 16, am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see. With regard to your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
You can continue. Okay, we can pause it there. Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you're arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll
Okay.
ask you some questions after that.
Sure.
I'm gonna just say, y'all ain't right. Ain't nobody call my phone, Mel, your camera's on, you're eating. And I'm over here trying to hurry up and eat because I don't like being off camera for a long time when we streaming. So I'm trying to hurry up and eat this food so I can get back on camera. And when I tell you I was about to give Barchi a piece of chicken, so I look down and look back up and like, damn, why do I see my face? Why is my face on this camera right now? Yeah, I look down to get Barchi that food, and you know, you see a reflection. It's supposed to be black, and I look down. It's why the hell do I see my face? And I look down and I see my camera's on and the mute's not on, so I know I'm eating fast. So I had to be sounding like I'm smacking, baby. I'm over here eating. I even remember myself dancing a bit because the chicken was good. And you know, sometimes when food good, you do a little happy food dance, right? When I looked down and saw my face, y'all know I don't like eating on camera. And I'm not, listen, no, I'm gonna go back and look at it. But y'all, I remember it. I was over here like I'm really trying to hurry up and eat this food. And I looked up and saw my damn face. I am real hungry. I had a smoothie for breakfast. And I didn't even drink the smoothie till 11. So I'm very hungry. My T said you went to work on that chicken. Okay, y'all. And ain't nobody said nothing because I'm eating. I always still look at the chat because I talk in the chat too. And nobody said, Mel, you turn that food up. Mel, it must be good. Something that will alert me that my camera is on. Y'all ain't said shit. Damn. Valerie, I never eat on camera because if I'm eating, I'm trying to eat fast, you know, like I'm not taking my time. I'm trying to hurry up and eat because I don't like streaming and I don't like not being on the screen when I'm streaming. So I was trying to hurry up and eat like a meal that's going to take me 30 minutes. Oh, I'm going to eat it in like 10 minutes. I'm going to be fast. Something, say something. I swear to God, I said, and I looked down like the mute is off and my camera is off. Okay,
Is it possible? Sergeant Good, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Play it for another 20, 30 seconds. Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again from different vantage points?
Yes.
So do these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see Counselor Ziba for just 1 second on this. We had it as a placeholder from before. It was 379, and on Friday, we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence. That's what you have, Tori and Jim? Great.
Okay, we can take that off the screen. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay. Yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
Correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No.
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
Correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall. No. Houston.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No.
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
Other than Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe. No.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lank was asking Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
Yes.
All police officers are first responders, correct?
Yes.
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No.
Did Sergeant Lank, in your presence, ask him why he didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
I get it, but why wouldn't you ask him that?
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No.
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
Yes.
It's a very unique situation, correct?
Yes.
Many officers in the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident. No.
Right. Well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember. No.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that. No.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay. Yes.
So you answer yes or no if you
Yeah.
can, and if you can't, you can't. So
Right.
ask the question again or just move on, please.
Like, why the hell Bev so snappy? Bev said, no. Answer the question, yes or no, if you can. If you can't, you can't. Bev.
Okay. Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No.
Do you recall who else was present?
No.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall. No.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived,
And Kevin wasn't on the case, y'all, but he didn't tell Kevin everything he observed and everything that happened when he got there.
you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course. A scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
I got the
While
right
you were
back.
on scene before Fairview, correct? In 40 minutes. And by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course, a scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
Did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back to, potential physical evidence. If you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes.
You had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Nope.
If I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower work rate, correct?
Yes.
I thought he
You
said,
would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and then transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
Your job very seriously.
Yes.
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall it that.
Do you recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department's search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items,
Of course.
large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fairview, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent a crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off
Yeah.
the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively.
I got to rewind it because did that man just say he doesn't recall that type of training?
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
What?
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so those 2 hours.
And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
This is
No.
crazy.
That crime scene was open to the public.
Correct.
Wow. Wow.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay. So I guess leave the tent out of it.
Okay.
Y'all know what's pissing me off about this is he's saying that when I'm pretty sure he doesn't know the policy. Like, that is crazy as hell. I'm pretty sure. Like, you don't even know the policy. Because I would think crime scene log is very basic, and you don't know that. So how are we supposed to trust that there's nothing in your policy about setting up tents? Like, sir.
Those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's
Yeah.
particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report?
I'm going to say this is key because this is a good point. Key said, but I can say if this is their first M, this is why they don't know what the fuck they need to do. Dang, why didn't I say WTF? Everybody needs to be retrained. Key, let me say this. I do agree with this too. I do think a lot of the foolishness that we've seen, red Solo cups, random grocery bag, all of this, we can attribute to them not having a murder in this city for over 18 years. However, there's something called continuing education, and I'm sure they get training, right? And if the moment they knew this was bigger than them, they should have had someone who could be trying to figure out what to do and how to handle it properly. But I do think they walked into this onto the crime scene bias, right? They walked onto this crime scene not even thinking that those people in the Albert home could be suspects. They walked in the crime scene just like, oh, something else had to happen. Had they gone to that crime scene unbiased and with real cop training, they would have, even if you didn't like it, dang, listen, I'm sorry, but can we just look around the house? They didn't want to do that because they locked in with those people. Like, yeah, well, Chatty, right? No murder that we know of. Chatty, that's the bar. Yes, that's right, Key. I think this is the problem. It's their lack of training and their proximity to the Alberts, right? Their relationship with them. None of them went to that scene thinking those Alberts had anything to do with this, or they didn't want to believe it. They didn't want to do that. So here we go.
Everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one. Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach?
Okay.
Page 2, counsel. And I just
Thank
ask
you.
you to look at it silently and then look up at me when you're done. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Do you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please? Thank you.
Yeah, well, finally we're hearing about
This is the same, if I may approach.
period. Got to stop it. Finally, we're hearing about Colin because Karen Reed Universe on X has been telling me that 9 people omitted the fact that Colin was at the house. Okay? And hold on. I'm pulling it up, y'all. So Colin Albert is Brian Albert's nephew. That is Chris Albert's son. Make sure, yes, Chris Albert's son, which is Brian's brother. Chris Albert is y'all see the statesman? Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to look through it. Selectman, sorry. He's the selectman in Canton. And his son is left off of the police reports. And they say all of these witnesses, they purposely left Colin out. Okay? Colin's mom is Julie. Okay? So we can keep up because y'all know it's a lot of people, but as names unlock, we need to make sure we keep up with who is who. Okay? So Colin Albert he's asking about him now. He's saying, hey, his name is not in the report at all. Everybody else is there, the addresses, but his name is not there. So y'all know who Colin is. That is Brian Albert's nephew. He was at the party that night, but has been left off of everything. Okay? And who else did we say we need to make sure we need to go over? Oh, we know Chris Albert. That's the selectman. What the hell is a selectman? Hold up, y'all. What is that? An elected official who plays a key role. So he worked for the government. I knew he worked for the government, but he plays a key role in how the government works, right? That's what the selectman is, the administration of local governments and towns. Everybody got a nice position that's involved in this case. Okay, y'all. I just had to make sure we all know where we are in our tree in all these damn people. And did y'all hear they said they left Brian Albert's name? Just probably put B. Albert. Okay, Lexi says like a city councilman. It's like she said it's like a city councilman. Chris Albert is deep into politics and was also arrested in the past. Baby, this is a mess. And Lauren said Chris Albert, who killed a man after running into him drunk, is the father of Colin Albert. Y'all, I have been seeing y'all say this. Lauren sent it to me, but I knew I hadn't heard the name yet. Okay, y'all, we'll lock in. We're gonna lock in after we get through the next testimony. No name and the wrong address. Oh, Key said she's on the website and he has clerk next to his name. Yes, I thought you did, Lauren. I thought you did, but I didn't know the name yet. So now we know the name. After we're done, we're going to double back and read those posts. So they done closed the town hall meetings off to the public. Child, this is a mess.
This is the same sheet that I sent
Oh, time out. And remember, he went to high school with Chris Albert's sister-in-law. Remember that too.
you last time.
Thank you.
Take your time with it, sir.
Y'all, now we got some characters unlocked. This is making sense. I remember y'all saying that. So Judge Bev's brother was Chris Albert's lawyer when he got the drunk driving charge and actually murdered someone. You got to be fucking kidding me. What the hell is Bev doing up there? Bev and her blonde got to go. I try to stick with my blonde haired sisters, but Bev got to go. Ooh, Bev, what y'all call Bev? Bleach, blonde, bad built, something. Bev got to go. He spent 6 months in jail. Y'all, this is some shit. Bev got to go. Why is Bev shouldn't be on the case? And it makes sense why she is the way she is. Bev got to go. Bev, Butch, there we go. Thank you, Lauren. Bev got to go. Bev got to go. Bev has to go.
Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the Town of Canton Police Department.
Oh my God. Y'all, it gets more. He gave them the Town of Canton Police Department as his address. I got to write that down. That's some ignorant shit right there. That's ignorant right there. What? Ken PD was his okay.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
And you know it.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Crystal says so. He homeless.
Okay. Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can,
Hold on, do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Mr. Yannetti?
Mayor,
Yes, sure, go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed the document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it, and please look up at me when you're done.
Now, this is Lynn, because this is really happening to someone.
Good.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay,
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF,
Correct.
and this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time, 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
all right, so why don't we come to sidebar now?
Now, why does she always do that? Bev don't never play games with these folks. Bev never plays games with these folks. Campbell, I don't know why he's doing all this smirking. And Key, this case is so crazy, but it's like they said, a dumpster fire. You can't look away. I woke up this morning, and do y'all know I was up at 6 o'clock? I would have started this stream at 6 if the people weren't gonna come here. I would start the stream about 6:37. I was up ready to watch the next person on the stand, because you just gotta like, okay, I need to hear more. I need to hear more. What's going on? I'm not believing what I'm hearing. You just can't believe it. Oh yeah, I think this is our last person, and then we'll go on to day 6. I just thought this day was gonna be longer.
Discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read.
Oh,
All right, I suggested 10, 15 minutes. Mr. Jackson tells me that's fine for him and the Commonwealth as well. So what I'd like to do is 10 to 15, 10 minutes would be great from each of you, and then I'll hear argument because it means now I'm keeping the staff longer than necessary. So, all right.
it's 6 morning.
Is he here?
Up like, dang, I want to go on here. It's just you
He
don't
is.
want to.
They were getting him. Yeah, that's right.
Not y'all gonna have me up. It's 6 o'clock. Why I said so damn. Girl, I was up. And all I'm thinking about is Cam Reed draft. Hold up, y'all. They taking a break. Hold on.
Is the witness here? Yes, I know, Chris.
I'm so sorry, family. Do you know who?
I must have. Did I miss something? Because how the hell did it jump at a person? That ain't the same man. Hold on, y'all. There he go. There you go. And then it stopped. She stopped after him. They came back. They never jumped back. There go her daddy talking. They went to break. Judge, actually, I saved it yesterday to watch the Melly thing. I might watch it on live tonight, because I stopped watching it. I did. I have it pulled up though. Yeah, I was like, what the hell happened here?
All right, so someone needs to get Sergeant Lank for you.
Y'all,
Please disregard it, Marcy. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Talking about,
Brian Higgins.
okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
it literally
Correct.
jumped.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the Town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not.
Key. That's why I stopped watching it. I was feeling guilty. I was like, let me not watch the whole thing. I stopped watching Melly. I started it last night because I saw he had a hearing. I was like, yesterday was April 1st. And I did start and I stopped because I wanted to watch it with y'all. So I stopped.
Not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can...
Hold on. Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
I went back because I
Do you have
didn't
a
know how
copy
it
for him, Ms. Gianetti?
other man.
Yes, sure, go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed the document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it. And please look up at me when you're done.
Yeah, we saw this already, but I didn't know how.
I'm directing your attention to the first time is listed as
Because I don't know how we got to the next man. Y'all see this? She asked him to come up to the bench. They go to the bench. She said, we're going to go to break. I don't remember them ever saying they dismissed this man. Unless it was real quick, like no more questions. Karen's sitting here. They cut the music.
Okay, so the same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Dismiss
Don't do
them.
any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to
No.
see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you. I'm just gonna run into my one.
All right, please.
quote unquote drinking buddy with.
Yes, I,
My name is, direct your attention to,
Probably next. Oh, okay.
thank you. Thank you for joining us late in the afternoon, Sergeant Lank. I'm going to direct your attention to your relationship with the Albert family and some of the members of the Albert family. Do you know who Tim Albert is?
yes,
Do you know who Chris Albert is?
yes.
Do you know who Brian Albert?
Interrupt, I just need your name.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the record, please?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
Michael, common spelling?
Yes,
Thank you. I'll start over. Do
sure.
you know who Tim Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Chris Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Brian Albert is?
I do.
How do you know Tim Albert?
I know Tim Albert to be one of the younger brothers of the Albert family.
How long have you known Tim?
But see, Val, that's the thing. You said that's why I went back. You said I missed the end of Good's testimony. The last thing that this show, maybe I have to find it somewhere else, was Bev had the sidebar. They never came back from the sidebar. The next thing was her sending people to break. So if I find this, okay.
Since childhood.
I done
what
heard
about
I need to
Chris
hear
Albert?
from him.
Yes, I know Chris.
How long have you known Chris?
No, they
Since
too.
childhood.
And how would you describe your relationship with Chris Albert?
Chris and I were pretty good friends growing up, right into our 20s. Still friendly when I see him.
Still socialize with him?
No.
When did you last socialize with Chris Albert?
I couldn't tell you the last time I personally socialized with him. I've seen him at events, but Chris and I don't make arrangements to go out together.
What about Brian Albert?
No.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Civil.
Friendly?
Exchange pleasantries when I see him. Hello.
But you're closer to Chris.
Yes.
Have you ever described yourself as being a longtime, quote unquote, drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Would you describe yourself previously, in years past, as being a drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Have you ever gone out for drinks with Chris?
Not in years.
Ever?
Yes.
So you've socialized with him in circumstances in which y'all are drinking and imbibing.
It's been many years, but yes.
My phone never rings.
Your relationship with Chris certainly goes all the way back to 2002.
Again, we were friendlier back then, yes.
Right. Back in 2002 in August, while you were off duty, were you out either drinking with Chris or in some way at a restaurant or a bar with Chris?
No.
Were you close in proximity to Chris when he was out drinking and at a bar?
No.
Was he at a restaurant?
I don't know where he was.
Were you at a bar?
I was.
At some point, did you realize that Chris was getting into some sort of a physical altercation with somebody else in a parking lot?
Yes.
Did you jump into a fist fight in order to protect Chris Albert?
Chris actually approached my vehicle and started to describe an altercation that had been in previously in the night.
When you say your vehicle, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so you were off duty, is that right?
Yes.
You've been drinking?
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that, but just
Yes.
so happens that you've been drinking that afternoon.
Yes.
Tim Albert was with Chris, correct?
Not when I saw him, no.
Okay. Ultimately, when you realized that Chris Albert was in some sort of fracas, some sort of fight or altercation, you activated yourself as a police officer at the time.
He wasn't in a fracas when he approached my vehicle. He approached my vehicle and stated that he had been in an altercation earlier in the night with one of the Lapalato brothers, and that during that altercation, threats were made against him and his family, and he was seeking advice because he knew as a police officer as to how he should go forward. And as I was telling him what to do, that's when a group of men started to walk down Washington Street towards Chris, and he said, "Oh no, here they come."
So that would be Mark Lapalato, correct?
Yes,
And his brother Alfred.
yes, Alfredo.
Alfredo, sorry. You got out of your car and approached the other men.
Yes.
You also called for a Canton police backup.
I brought my attention to the restaurant owner and a bartender who had walked out into the street, and I yelled for them to call the Canton police.
Canton police did in fact arrive, correct?
They did.
Isn't it true that after you got involved and Canton police arrived, you then instructed some of your colleague police officers to handcuff Alfredo?
I can't recall.
Isn't it true that after Alfredo was handcuffed and for all intents and purposes physically incapacitated, you then approached Mark Lapalato?
No.
You got into a fight with Mark Lapalato, though?
Yes.
You punched him in the face?
At one point after he had struck me, yes.
So your story is he struck you first, and then you punched him.
Yes.
His story, of course, is you punched him first.
I don't know what his story is.
But you were sued in federal court, and he told you his story in that lawsuit, correct?
So I actually have a question. The criminal case was adjudicated. The civil case, I did sign a non-disclosure, so I'm not sure if I can speak on that.
I will never ask you what the nature of any settlement in that case was. Just the fact that you were sued in a public document, which a federal lawsuit is a public document, you were sued in federal court over this incident that I'm talking about, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately it was settled. I'll never ask you what the terms of the settlement are.
It was settled, yes.
Okay. Ultimately.
This is Lank. Tell me what's the significance. Yes, I can, Monique T. Tell me, y'all, what is the significance of what they're asking right now? What's the significance? Why are we going down this? What's the significance here, y'all? What do you think her defense team is trying to prove right here? I hear y'all saying watch, but I want to know what y'all think the defense team is trying to prove. There we go, Niara. That's out right there, can work right there.
You said that the criminal case was adjudicated. We'll get to that in just a second. Did you testify at that criminal case?
I did.
All right. I want to sort of tailor this a little bit because we're on a little bit of a time crunch and I want to be sensitive to the court's time and your time. The allegation that Mark Lapalato made against you is that you punched him, took him to the ground, continued to beat him, and bit him to the point of drawing blood, correct?
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
He then indicated that once the police officers that were there pulled you off of him, you then turned and walked over to Alfredo while he was still incapacitated, meaning physically handcuffed, and spat in his face.
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Ultimately, both men, after this altercation, were allowed to leave the location, correct?
I believe one fled and the other one was allowed to leave, yes.
Okay. You're telling me now that Mark Lapalato punched you first, a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any circumstance in which an individual would be able to punch a police officer on duty or off duty in the presence of other police officers
Get off.
and just be released? That wouldn't happen, would it?
I don't believe the other police officers were on scene when the fight initiated.
Did you tell them that you got punched?
I don't recall.
They certainly let Mark go, correct?
Mark fled.
Okay. And then
Alfredo was released.
so the next day, Mark and Alfredo showed up at Canton PD to file a complaint against you and some of the other police officers that were involved, correct?
That's what I was told. I wasn't there.
You didn't file a report for assault, battery, or anything like that, correct?
I spoke with my sergeant that night and he said that I could do the report when I came back in on my next day of work.
My question is, on that night, did you file a report?
No.
The next day, did you file a report?
I don't recall if it was 1 or 2 days later.
It's actually 3 days later, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Does it sound like that's in the time frame? It probably was about 3 days later?
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's 22 years ago. I'm not really sure.
But between the time this fight happened and you filed a report, Mark Lopolito and his brother Alfredo came into Canton PD and asked to swear out a complaint against you and fellow officers, correct?
I believe so.
And they were told to go away on that day.
I couldn't speak to that.
By the time they came back to file the complaint, then police reports had been written, right?
I don't know.
Once those police reports were written, after they indicated that they wanted to file a complaint.
Do y'all hear what he's saying? The two people come up to the police department to file a report. They were told, get the hell on. Then he files his report. Then the other reports start showing up. They come back and now they can file their report. Y'all, this is
Ultimately, charges were brought against them, correct?
Again, ultimately charges were brought. I don't know the exact timeline.
After charges had been brought, and both brothers ended up having to go to court and defend themselves, you ran into both brothers at a mobile gas station.
Yes.
You confronted both brothers, correct?
No.
You approached both brothers.
No.
Isn't it true that you walked up and said, "How you doing?" to the two guys? And one of them responded, "Not so good. You attacked me and now I've got to go to court."
No,
Conversation?
I believe they initiated the conversation with me.
Did you say, "How are you doing?"
Something to that nature.
And did they respond something to the effect of, "I'm not doing so good because you attacked me and now I've got to defend myself in court"?
I don't recall exactly what they said in response.
And then, based on that interaction, you arrested them for witness intimidation, correct?
you lied to me.
Well, there was further interaction. It wasn't just the response to "how are you doing?" They made threats and they were ultimately arrested, yes.
So your claim now is that they made threats against you, a sitting police officer at the time, a working police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And you reported that threat to the DA's office?
Yes.
And charges were brought against them? I'm sorry. A report was brought against them for that witness intimidation, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, with regard to the assault charges for which they were arrested and tried, they were found not guilty in a public adjudication criminal case, correct?
Correct.
And the DA's office threw out the witness intimidation charges because they were meritless. Isn't that right?
The charges were thrown out.
And all of this history that we've just talked about came on the heels of you assisting Chris and Tim Albert in a fight they said they'd been in earlier in the evening. Is that right?
No.
You just told us that the reason you got involved in this melee, this fight to begin with, was because Chris Albert approached you and said, "I was in a fight with some guys earlier tonight, and here they come."
Yes, and you just said that he was with Tim Albert. I never saw Tim Albert that night.
My mistake. Let's just leave it at Chris.
He was with his fiance.
Okay. So all of this situation emanated from you coming to the aid of Chris Albert,
Because that's what
your
he
friend,
did.
longtime childhood friend, correct?
It had nothing to do with it being Chris Albert.
What?
Isn't it true that it had everything to do
Everything.
with it being Chris Albert?
No.
So just a regular random guy off the street, you would have conducted yourself the exact same way.
Absolutely.
A lie. A lie.
Isn't it true that what you actually did, Sergeant Blank, in that particular circumstance, was you came to the aid of a friend and you used your position as a police officer to further that assistance and that protection?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay.
Wait the
Mr. Lally?
shit out of somebody.
Thank you, Your Honor. So whatever happened between Christopher Albert and these brothers in that particular evening, you weren't present for that?
No,
And your testimony that Tim Albert wasn't present at any point in time when you were there either, correct?
no.
Now, with regard to Tim Albert, what, if any, other involvement have you had with him as far as through your official duties as a police officer?
I was involved in an investigation where we had to take out charges against Tim Albert.
So you've been involved in an investigation where charges were actually taken out against a member of the Albert family, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall roundabout when that was?
I believe it was 2012.
Do you recall if anyone from your department was working with you on that investigation?
It would have been Officer Good at the time.
That's now Sergeant Sean Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
Same Sean Good involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the federal suit that was brought, that was settled, correct?
That's correct.
There was no disposition on it, no finding of liability or anything of the like.
Correct.
Now, with respect to Brian, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Again, civil.
The two of you friends?
Could you repeat that, please?
Are the two of you friends?
No.
You socialize with Brian Albert, or have you at any point in time?
I've been at events where Brian is at, and we will say hello, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Albert, just the two of you?
No.
You ever been to his house or inside his house?
No.
Now, with regard to, other than that day of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Brian Albert,
Key, I don't know if Key was in here when, baby, he talking about he beat the shit out of somebody. Dang, I keep saying I'm gonna stop saying that word on this train. He beat the SHIT out of somebody on behalf of Chris Albert. They were out. He said Chris came up to him I forget the word he used, just in an uproar. And he ended up getting into a fight, girl, to bit somebody and some more. It's a whole conspiracy, all on behalf of Chris. Why wouldn't he help them in this situation too? Child, I don't trust him.
what do you get along?
Say that again?
I said, he and Brian Albert, do they get along?
We have had some disagreements, I'd say, in the past, but we're civil. We get along enough to say hello.
Anything to do with your response, your interviews, or anything to do with January 29th, 2022, have anything to do with the Albert family or Brian Albert or Christopher Albert or anything to do with the Alberts whatsoever?
No.
That didn't change what you were doing, how you were doing it, or how you conducted yourself in this investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
I have one slight area to cover with the court's permission.
Okay.
Concerning Tim Albert, and this issue, or the investigation where charges were brought against Tim Albert, that was a circumstance in which Tim Albert, in broad daylight, slammed into a parked car belonging to a woman and then fled the scene, correct?
Oh.
No.
Didn't you follow a trail of transmission fluid or something to find where he had gone?
I did.
And he fled directly to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
He didn't live there. He went to his brother's house. Brian,
No, that's not correct.
he lived there at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So you follow the trail of whatever it is, fluid trail, all the way to where Tim Albert had fled to, and you basically had no choice. He had just slammed into the back of a car and then fled the scene. Isn't that right?
I concluded my investigation by locating the vehicle that had heavy damage.
Right, the vehicle that he hit.
Oh my God.
His vehicle.
His vehicle had heavy damage, but so did the vehicle that he hit, correct?
So what you had said a minute ago that he hit a parked car. That's incorrect.
Oh, he hit a moving car.
It was a vehicle that was, I believe it was stopped at a light. It wasn't a parked car. It was a vehicle that was stopped.
Okay. Irrespective of whether the engine was running or parked or not, he hit a car
Yes.
with a woman in it, fled the scene, then you find him trying to hide out at 34 Fairview, correct?
He had parked the car at 34 Fairview.
He was
And you didn't have
hiding.
much choice. I mean, there you have it. The evidence is right in front of you. You can't really cover that one up, right?
I would say I did my
Objection,
job.
Your Honor, move to strike.
So this is voir dire. Could you answer the question, please?
I would say I did my job.
Okay. Did you engage in any kind of a DUI investigation?
We spoke with him.
Did you give him FSTs?
I don't recall if I did. I know I didn't. I don't recall if Officer Good did.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
I did not.
Did you ask him for a blood test?
I did not.
So no DUI investigation was really undertaken, correct?
Again, I can't recall what Officer Good did, but I was there.
But you didn't do it. You didn't do what I just suggested, a full-blown DUI investigation,
Right.
even though he hit another car and then fled the scene.
We
Right.
we spoke with him and he gave an explanation.
And that explanation coming from Tim Albert was, I'm really sorry I panicked, right?
It was something to that nature.
And he turned around, well, I'll just cut to the chase. Y'all ended up charging him with a misdemeanor, correct?
I believe so.
And he was given diversion
I don't know.
and his record was wiped clean.
I don't know.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down, sir.
Thank you.
I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be very brief. I spoke about the Aguiar case a couple of days ago, and I think it's still attendant to our conversation today or discussion today. That case stands for the proposition that it doesn't matter if the evidence reveals something other than something that's otherwise inadmissible, as long as the material as long as the material elaborates on or establishes that there could be some sort of bias or prejudice. There doesn't have to be a bias or prejudice. I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt or to clear and convincing evidence that there's a bias or prejudice. But if the evidence suggests that there could be bias or prejudice, that is proper fodder for the jury to consider, and that's what we're asking. In this case, Sergeant Lang's willingness to activate himself as an officer, get involved with Chris Albert, although it was in 2002, and I know that that's something that Mr. Lowley's going to say, and he's going to harp on, this was so long ago.
No matter.
That actually cuts against the Commonwealth case. That shows how long these folks have been involved with each other and how deep their relationships run. For him to sort of deputize himself in that situation in order to help out his longtime friend, whom he socializes with, drinks with, grew up with, establishes a bias and a prejudice, in this case against Miss Reed, and in favor of the Alberts. And it's not like he had a tangential part to play in this, a role to play in this investigation. He was the very first officer to walk in that front door. He absolutely knew what he was going to find when he walked in the front door, which was the homeowners and possibly other witnesses. He engaged in a interview or a series of interviews that were not recorded. I have no idea what was said. The jurors are never going to find out exactly what was said other than to take his word for it. The jurors have to be able to weigh and balance his credibility against an officer that, for instance, even like Sergeant Good, for instance, who seems to come across far more unbiased, just sort of a straight shooter. Sergeant Lang is not that person. He never should have walked in that front door. He should have said to his supervisors, I have a relationship with the Albert family. I've known these folks for too long. I grew up with his brother or brothers. I've known them my whole life. I'm probably not the right person to make the decisions about this investigation. And unless and until the jurors know that and can weigh and balance it, they can toss it out if they want to, or they can adopt it if they want to. So if they need to be able to hear the evidence.
So I have a question for you. So the part about the complaint at the station
Yes.
and being turned away, who are you going to get that in from other than the Lapolito brothers, which puts us a little far afield? So he didn't adopt it or said, I don't know, or that's what I've heard.
So the Lapolito brothers, I think.
I know, but that's so far removed now.
I disagree. I think they're the ones that are closest to the situation. So we would ask who's better to tell the jurors that they walked in I can get the police
Right.
report I can tell the court when it's dated. It's dated September 2nd or September 3rd, and the Lopolitos walked in on August 31st to make the complaint.
No, I understand because you've outlined it or
Oh,
Ms.
yeah.
Little outlined it, which is very helpful. I don't disagree that some of this is admissible. I just have to figure out how you intend to get it in because I have to be concerned about if it's a mini trial within a trial and we're trying to avoid that.
I think
If he were to testify as he did, that's what I understand. And the Commonwealth didn't object to that. That seems admissible to me.
I would probably seek to do it with the court's permission through two pieces of evidence. One would be Mark or Alfredo, and I don't think I would use both of them.
You would not.
I would not. Okay, fair enough. I would seek to ask Mark to join us. He would testify to the altercation. He would testify to the complaint, and then I would seek to either get a stipulation to the date of the police reports. I don't even need the police reports in. If I can't get a stipulation, then I probably would just ask the court to be able to establish that the police report is a business record.
So I would like to see those police reports tonight before I leave, okay?
If I have them.
We'd have to get them.
Right.
I'm sick of being.
I will do my best to get them to the court. I can't get them to the court tonight. We don't have them.
Okay.
So I'll start working on that immediately.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, I would submit that defendant has a Metzger, and there is no actual relevancy to any of this, and it is essentially a trial within a trial at this point. Bringing in other civilian witnesses to talk about an incident which happened 22 years ago to
So
involving.
let's forget about bringing in the civilian witnesses. How about what we heard as to what Sergeant Lank would testify to?
As to what Sergeant Lang would testify to is a single incident in which he did not witness anything to do with the Albert brothers. Christopher Albert was never at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th or until much, much later in the day of January 29th, and certainly not at the same time that Sergeant Lank was. I think counsel far overestimates what Sergeant Lank's involvement in this particular investigation was. He shows up on scene, he assists with the other officers, Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Good that you've already heard from. And with respect to, he takes a couple of initial statements who all those witnesses then subsequently talked to troopers from the state police, testified grand jury, multiple grand juries, and will all be testifying as witnesses in this case. So any purported bias from an incident from 22 years ago involving a brother who wasn't even present at the home on the night in question does nothing.
Y'all, I have to stop and tell y'all. I told y'all the Karen Reed X family is amazing. So right as he's talking, you know how Lally just said he wasn't at the house. Let me read y'all something. Okay, Lally, this says the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police. This is to Detective Brian Tully from, I don't know how to pronounce this man's name, Yearly something. He said on February 10th, 2022 at approximately 5:30, Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to 22, and this is the address, in order to conduct a pre-scheduled interview of Julie and Chris Albert at their residence. Both Julie and Chris were present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night of January 28, 2022. And then followed to Brian Albert's home in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. The purpose of this interview was to get the recollection, of events both at the bar and then at 34 Fairview Road. Bukaki? Bukaki? Let me see. Want me to tag? I'm gonna share it. Somebody just tagged me in it. They just tagged me in it. Hold up. They just tagged me in this. Yeah, people tag me and stuff all the time. Hold on. She said, Mel, no. Are you talking about the way I said his name? I thought that's what y'all were saying. Hold on. I'm gonna ask, is this real? Is this new? Okay. Boogle. Not Google, Lord Jesus. You want me to Google how to say it? Is that what you're saying? Bukanik? Bukanik? Bukanik. It's Bukanik? I didn't see a N-I-K in the last one that I was reading. I'll just Google the word. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Let's see what it say. That's what I'm saying. What y'all saying, they don't even look the same. A-K-E. Let me see Google. Bukkake. Bukkake. As in the ghost sound, boo. Ka. Key. It says Bukkake. Somebody said that. Bukanik. I don't give a damn. Boo. I'ma just say boo. I'ma just say boo. I'ma say boo. Bukanik. Bukin. Y'all are saying Ken. She said sound it out. I'm just gonna say boo. Because I see two different pronunciations in the chat. Oh, Google what the word means. Okay, I got you, Lauren. I see what you're saying now. I thought you were telling me to Google how to pronounce it.
But confuse the jury as to what the issues are, and creating this sort of bias out of thin cloth that has no basis whatsoever in the facts of this case.
Okay, so I disagree with you. I don't know yet. I want to see those police reports. I don't know yet what I'm going to allow in, but I disagree that.
Lauren, get the hell off the stream. Get the hell off the stream, Lauren. Because once I took out the word pronounce from that word,
it has nothing to do. If it weren't involving the Alberts, then under the grand jury case, the decision by Justice Gantz, Chief Justice Gantz at the time, it wouldn't come in, but it does. So it comes in for different purposes or different reasons. So I'd like those reports tonight or certainly by tomorrow morning before we come out.
We'll do our best.
Okay. All right. So we'll figure this out tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, please.
y'all, Lauren, I'm not playing with y'all no more. Because not y'all had me on here saying that damn word 50 million times. I'm not about to play with y'all. I'm not about to play with y'all. Okay, y'all, here we go.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
Okay, this day 42. I'm not. Sharon said my dumb ass Googled it.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was?
42.
42, thank you. May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please. No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right here.
I don't have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
No wonder. Thank you. Sure. Okay. The exhibit sticker's upside down, but oh, there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes,
Which you've previously identified as your reports. Or report, I should say.
yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay, and there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It will come in, when the jury actually gets it, we'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
Becomes 43.
So, jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
Mary, close your notebooks. Yeah, they're all here. Go on, you can follow me. All rise, jury out.
Okay.
Yes, you missed a mess. It's been so
Thank you.
messy in here.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
Okay. Sergeant Good, you have previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes,
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
yes,
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
yes,
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
yes,
The identical date and time reported, correct?
yes,
The identical report date and time, correct?
yes,
And of course, the identical officer.
yes,
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
yes. Can I explain why?
We
So
actually-
that second photo with the piece of tail light that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
What?
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
Right.
For my report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m. That's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of tail light might
Think it's from your day.
believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
Take a bath, baby.
Is there anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
They knew what they were doing. We don't need
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down. And we need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well,
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
with the clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
bro.
So Sergeant Good, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regards to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes.
And he is currently, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date of, that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had to guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
Now, you were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lang, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that in regard to, sir?
It was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank, was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time, clear off the windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day and the afternoon, what, if anything, did you observe about the snowfall at that point?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as your narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front of the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of a report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the dates that they were printed have in relation to what's on a face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report, and it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number one was the top photo, and now there was a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs? If you know.
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
Nothing further on.
Okay,
If I might,
very briefly.
you had just talked about how Tim Albert was charged as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes.
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
For leaving the scene? Yes.
Sure. Sergeant Blank actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Nothing further.
Jurors, you're to disregard that.
All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
My bad, y'all. I didn't know.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Sergeant Michael Lang to the stand.
All right, so not yet. I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
I don't remember them saying that, y'all. I don't remember them saying the actual case was dismissed, but it literally would make you look at them even crazier. The man, a hit and run, ran. Thank you so much, Kay Smith. She gifted 5 million Millionaire Mail memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all, y'all know that I get all emotional. Let me just say that after being in Memphis for 2 weeks and being sad and depressed up in Memphis, I feel so good to be back in Georgia and on this stream with y'all. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you guys for being here. And thank God for law and crime. Thank God for law and crime. I know crying because I'm happy. I'm like super, super happy. I just thank God for law and crime and the opportunity to be here with y'all. It's the fellowship for me, y'all. It's the fellowship. It's the fellowship that I enjoy. I really love y'all. I really love y'all. And I wanted to stream so bad when I was in Memphis, but y'all, that Wi-Fi is just terrible. It is terrible. It's nowhere around it. My sister
In the fight?
it fixed for me. Okay, they're coming back. I love y'all. And the closer I get to April 28th, child, we're gonna see, guys. Maybe 30 days to get my good insurance. I don't know. Hold on. And thank you for I just got 2 new t-shirt orders from Purple Knits. I know you're probably watching. Thank you. And everybody who ordered shirts this week, I'll have them out this weekend. Because I already have the shirts. I just need to go send them. Oh my God.
No, it's important to the defendant's case. So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of Chris Albert's involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight, called officers to assist him, the specifics of the allegations of the local Lido brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there were subsequent police reports filed, and the local.
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to us.
We got those. We got those
All
last
right,
night.
it's okay. It's too late for the police reports, but go ahead and finish what you've got.
Right. Just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Yeah. Like Mr.
Is this Lololitos?
Lolito. Yeah.
Go ahead after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and I don't have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter. The fact
So what do you mean by subsequent resolution of the matter?
they were adjudicated not guilty, and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of.
And I'm gonna stop to say, you see, I keep saying the DA, they threw it out, all of this. In a small town, you're crazy if you think these people aren't buddy-buddy. Yesterday, when Gallagher was on that stand, Alan Jackson said something to him. And Gallagher said, well, if Lally told me, I'd believe it. When he said that, I was like, oh, okay. You're supposed to be impartial. He said, no, if Lally told me, I'd believe it. They're all like a little team. They're all working together.
Sergeant Lank, the issue concerning Tim Albert and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
Yeah. It should not have been done.
Well, Your Honor,
go ahead.
Respectfully, the Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
the last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
But this was specific. We should have, and it wasn't objected to, right? So Mr. Lally's question wasn't objected to. All right. So is that the end of what you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lally, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm going to allow you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lank with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity. So you must do it individually. And simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself, but keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lank on behalf of Chris Albert, as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped. You can get when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddy's comment, so you're not to specifically say that, where you just said you're going to outline what you did yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton. The role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lapalitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lapalito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lank had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's out. That was 22 years ago. Nothing. So you're not getting into the federal investigation.
Now, y'all, I can agree with that. I will agree with her right there. At this point, Sergeant Lank is worried about himself. So I can agree. The whole gas station thing, yeah, that shit is terrible. But he didn't give a damn about the Alberts in that moment. In that moment, he was working on his own behalf. I can agree with her right there.
Investigation that he was sued.
Sorry, and thank you to my girl, Pretty Face Zakia, for becoming a member. Thank you, girl.
I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. There are all kinds of reasons people.
Now, as soon as I said I'm rocking with you, babe, you come back with that bullshit. Why does it matter why they were found not guilty? The point is they were found not guilty. Did she really just say that that's speculative? Did she really just say that? It doesn't matter why they were found not guilty. The whole point is they were found not guilty. Why can't he say that? It's, oh, people are found not guilty for all types of reasons. Who cares? I can't. Now Bev ticking me off there.
Can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court. So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness, Sergeant Lank, and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So, Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this. Okay. And just as an aside, again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police. I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them. So that the complaint was sought and that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports. So they went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And then the witness did testify that he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that?
So I'll just ask, were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested? I can
Okay.
leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
Cause what? Why do we have to go
All
through all of
right,
that?
I'll give you all a 5-minute break, and then we have to get going.
All rise for the court, please.
No, I ain't messing with Bill. Y'all, this woman look like Karen to me, right here.
Just gonna ask you to be mindful to step up and to remain standing. Sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Morning.
Down, hold the microphone right up.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the camp?
Over 24 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant with camp?
It'll be 2 years in August.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you first, with reference to your responsibilities as lieutenant, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what are your duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant?
I oversee the gun licensing and patrol.
And prior to working as a lieutenant, what was your role with the Canton Police before that?
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long were you a detective sergeant?
From September of 21 until August of 22.
And during that time frame as a detective sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities with regard to the Canton Police at that point?
To oversee the detective bureau, ensure that all reports were issued to respective detectives and completed.
Now, you're also familiar with the role within the Canton Police of a sort of shift sergeant, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what are the differences between what a shift sergeant does and what a detective sergeant does?
Shift sergeant's primary responsibility is to run the daily shift, give out sectors to each of the cars, and dispatch cruisers to appropriate areas, so forth.
And if I could turn your attention to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Some point after 6 a.m., did you receive a call in regard to a dispatch that your department had received?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called you around that time?
Sergeant Sean Good.
Do you know approximately what time Sergeant Good called you?
I believe it was 6:08.
And with reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Good, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Good stated that there was a gentleman found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road, and he was in very grave condition. And he brought it to my attention that he was also a Boston police officer.
And subsequent to that, through the course of your investigative work on this case, did you learn who that unresponsive male was?
Yes.
And who did you learn?
John O'Keefe.
And upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you know about what time would you estimate that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I live fairly close, so I was on scene by, I believe it was 6:24, 6:25.
And upon your arrival, who, if anyone else, from your department was there prior to you?
Officer Saraf, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Good.
And when you arrived, beyond sort of the other officers from your department, what, if any, other activity or what, if any, other persons did you observe on scene?
When I arrived, I observed that the ambulance was still there. There was multiple EMTs, and I observed some witnesses also.
And with respect to the ambulance, it's your understanding Mr. O'Keefe was in that ambulance?
Yes,
Did you ever see Mr. O'Keefe on that one?
I did not.
And at some point, the other officers who preceded your arrival, did they direct you to where Mr. O'Keefe was found when they first arrived?
They did.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, if you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what if any sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard that you observed?
I observed a flagpole. There was a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Good, who, if anyone else, did speak to us?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer Sarif.
And then about how long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused on Ms. McCabe.
Now, with respect to Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then who, if anyone else, did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is the CPAC unit?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive, and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
And did they respond at that time?
No.
Now, with reference to, is that sort of a typical protocol, or what, if any, sort of typical protocol would you have responding to a scene of this nature?
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit.
And why is that?
Because they investigate all deaths.
So they have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, once you, do you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls did you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
I don't know what that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response, because frankly, I didn't know.
Yes. In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you note as far as the weather conditions?
The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now, you mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Good advised me that
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
after I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them. And that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
And prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Following your initial call to CPAC and conversation with Chief Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Good and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
And how was it that you sort of proceeded up to the home?
I believe, I don't recall if we used I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home?
The main door, the front door.
When you entered in through the main door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us. And to the right, it entered into like what appeared to be like a dining area.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Now, Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And how did you know?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you lived in the town, correct?
Yes.
You work in the town, correct?
Yes.
Do you have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
And sustain.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
What, if any, other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else, is it that you do around the town?
I coach youth sports.
And how long have you done that for?
I would say at least 9 or 10 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2022?
Civil?
Are the two of you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
Now, in addition to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And about how long a conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goods, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe?
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but he was assigned to our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? And what I mean by that is what did he do for work?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And we'll get to that in a moment, but after your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did then?
Could you repeat that, please?
After talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
And to that end, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene at that time?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at all times.
And then,
Do they not talk? Because I could have sworn when they spoke to Good said no one was out there after the 2 hours that they left, after the 2 hours that they were there. No one was there to protect the scene. It was open to the public. So I'm trying to understand, do they communicate? Because he's saying there were marked cars out there. Which one was it?
with relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, what, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes,
And how was it done so far?
in my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
Yes, Sergeant Good was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower.
You've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes,
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
yes.
Now, in addition to, well, let me ask you this, as far as the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that, or what was the thinking behind that?
The purpose behind the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And upon employing that, what, if anything, did you then observe in that area of the front lawn?
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process, or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 27.
Okay, they could have recorded those videos. Hey,
Sure.
the leaf blower is not crazy to read.
Sergeant Lang, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it as?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
I don't see that video.
So I'm handing you a laser pointer, basically, very simple, just press on that button and I don't want to.
Okay, thank you.
That was smart.
Lieutenant Lang, with using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw on scene.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as well as the glass protruding from the snow.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. At any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Karen?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Ryan Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to your arrival and when you spoke to the others?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
And over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how the home was situated, anything disheveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
And just if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Now, turning back to what was just up on the screen in Exhibit 27, with regard to those items that you observed in the yards in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
And why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
We did the best that we could with the situation, with the weather and deteriorating situation. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups from Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Now, with respect to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction of them having over unattended deaths and things of that nature, what, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that your department has found?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
Now, with respect to those items, once they were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station.
And transported back to the police station
by me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, what is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report.
The OF stands for a report of offense, is that correct?
Offense, yes.
So each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it,
That's correct.
and then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
And two officers from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary evidence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm handing you up a box. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box that you've seen earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box. Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today, is that correct?
That's correct.
No, they don't get this stuff.
Just with reference to the back,
Y'all, not that got the stuff with red tape all over it. He has on gloves as if this evidence isn't contaminated.
that you have before you, what, if any, markings are on that relate to sort of your case, your case number with the Canton Police?
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-870F, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass. And
Have you seen the item contained within that bag earlier this morning as well?
yes,
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. You can place it back in the bag.
Lauren, that is definitely ASMR. But Obeck has a great question. Why do you think John's family believes Karen did it? Well, Karen didn't seem to like the mom, and they all probably follow the mom. That's probably why. I really would like to know why they think so too.
The 45.
Now, Lieutenant Lank, once you were back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to what had, who, if anyone, called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with, along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher, once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
Okay, but how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with Ms. McCabe?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
Returned to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2022. You working on that day?
I was.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And at some point, well, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief Berkowitz as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regards to the weather in between those days?
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know how approximately.
I believe it made it up to the mid 40s.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you observe?
Chief Berkowitz brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as far as when you responded, who, if anyone else from your department, responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
And the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
Where they the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
And did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit, and ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
And if you know about how much time elapsed between the time that you contacted CPAC and the time that you arrived?
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
I've got to stop. So he's saying that the pieces of glass and plastic, he said, the man said glass and he said plastic. He said about 6 to 8 feet in the yard. Are they alleging that this lady hit him and ran up on the yard? I mean, why would that not be in the street? Why would his body not have been in the street? Are they alleging she like ran up the curb? And I'm just trying to see where the body was, how she could have like backed into him. Do they think she hit him and he was stumbling trying to get into the house and fell out in the yard? Because I'm even thinking, think about somebody who's drunk, because she was clearly drunk, okay? She's gonna barely hit the gas. She was like, she hit him and he flew 30 feet at 24 miles an hour. Yes, at what speed could that happen? She said it makes more sense when Trooper Paul testifies. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I'm just like, what are y'all alleging happened? Because if she's drunk, no way she's only gonna hit that gas and go 20. If she's mad, if they're trying to say she's mad, babe, I just saw a girl go from 0 to 100 trying to hit her boyfriend on X. Okay, so if she wanted to hit the man, she would have hit this man. She hit him and he went flying or something.
So I'm showing you 2 photographs. Ask you just briefly to look them over and look up when you're finished.
Right, Lexi.
Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief Berkowitz had observed on that morning.
Those are the photographs that you took that morning as well.
And how the hell Chief Berkowitz get involved, y'all?
Was that correct?
That's correct.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Now, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next to exhibit.
Okay. It is 46 and 47.
You kidding me, Lexi?
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first of those photographs up on the screen.
Are you being sarcastic saying Trooper Paul was really good?
And Lieutenant Lang, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen currently?
Yes.
And this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
Using the laser pointer before you, if you could just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe that. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, the next photograph. And sir, do you again recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, it's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can.
Please stop. The crime scene talks to him. Please stop.
If I may have.
Yes. Y'all look at that little piece though. We got you, friend. We got you. No one saw her or heard him scream. We got you. Come on.
All right, jurors, so you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2000. The thoroughness of the investigation into this KU investigation.
The Albert family other than Brian Albert.
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department, Chris Albert, and I know Tim Albert.
Are those three individuals brothers?
Yes.
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friends with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12.
So
He was 12. I was probably 16 or so.
Okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
Right.
Since about 16, I would say.
And what about Chris Albert?
Chris Albert, I've known since junior high.
Which would be about what age?
He did.
13, 14.
You grew up with
12,
Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim?
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian?
Yes.
Back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the three of them for basically your entire life?
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know
Baby, about 50.
him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris. I'm
Yes.
using first names only because they're all.
Sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with, that involved Chris Albert?
Yes.
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
Yes.
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot, is that right?
That's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight. That he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No.
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
Yes.
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by, quote unquote, activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and in need.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes.
And you engaged in that fight.
Yes.
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes.
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Good to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
That was messy.
When Sergeant Good contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Good contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And that's similar to sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No.
You did, in fact, call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
Excuse me. So in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes.
Okay. And I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were, in fact, a Canton police officer
Yes.
at the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the two brothers that were involved in this fight, Chris?
No.
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
Yes.
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
No. The struggle had already occurred.
All right. So let me make sure I get the timing right. You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yes,
Upon being struck, yes.
And then you struck him back.
Yes.
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No.
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes.
After this physical altercation with the brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away, get out of here, go home, correct?
No, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night.
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed.
Correct.
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night.
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the night of the
Yes or
incident.
no question. I'm just looking at the time.
It's not a yes or no question.
Yes, it
So
is.
he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question
Could you
about the
repeat?
dates again, please.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. A fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes.
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
You
Do you
know,
know that?
I
Yes.
don't know.
He does.
I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Officer Lang, what we just talked about,
Ooh.
is that an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
Who happened to
Who
be
happened?
named what?
Excuse me, who happened to be Chris Albert.
He waited. Rebecca?
You mentioned Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a coworker?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably since 14, 15 years old.
And
Oh, like-
you also consider him to be a friend as well as a coworker
I do.
and a colleague.
Yes.
And you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lake, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Okay, yes. Okay.
Can you tell me one more time, now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay, and you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Good.
Yes, that's correct.
What made you decide, or could you have decided to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Correct.
Did you know at the time you got the call that that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
Yeah.
No.
What?
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Good.
So
Okay,
you
so
knew.
Sergeant Good didn't, I guess that's what maybe I asked an inartful question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Good told you before you actually arrived, he sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did the light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert House?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
Hey, Tam.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously, we've heard these names, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Good was the ranking officer.
Oh, Lord.
Have you reviewed well, let me ask a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because was that a detective vehicle?
Yes.
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
Yes.
So it's not a fully marked cruiser.
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams from Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good?
Yes.
And you reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bates if you could fast forward that to about the runtime of about, 28:35 or so, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Before we play this, it appears to be a still image of,
So let's not describe that.
sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two still images.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It looks like the scene from that morning from, I believe, I believe it's going to be, the top one anyway is 683 Officer Sarif's cruiser.
And the bottom one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Looks like possibly Sergeant Goods based on where it's placed.
Okay. If we could fast forward. To the 28:40 mark or so. Mr. Bateson, play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
You indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video, and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in the Officer Serif dash cam?
Yes,
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I did.
At some point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
And obviously that could potentially, at least, implicate people inside the house.
Based on my conversation with Miss McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying
A friend, but she on the 911 call saying a man in the snow.
in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that that was ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
You didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses and not let her talk to other witnesses?
Right.
No.
You thought that it was appropriate to let all the witnesses get together and just discuss the facts before you have an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
It is to the form.
I'm just letting the siren go out.
That's fine.
Lieutenant Lang, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video.
Yeah, I did, Miss Sheila.
Did you see anything occur at or around the car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jen McCabe?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Jim went in the house.
Right here.
Okay. You've described sort of the, I don't know if it's tan or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket with it's black on the top.
Okay. Toward the shoulders.
Yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and play the video, and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about.
I can't believe Jen snuck in their house.
Apologize. Oh, go, no, sorry. Standing in front of him.
It's something going on in the city. Too pretty.
Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe, right there? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Let's go play it.
Rocky.
Pause it. Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes.
It appeared that you had something in your hand.
Yes.
You're taking a call
Yes.
on your cell phone.
Yes.
What was that
Who you
call?
talking to?
I don't recall. It could have,
Hold on,
I
let me
can't see what. Yes.
You're taking a call
6:35.
Yes.
on your cell phone.
Yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have, I can't see what time that is.
35.
I don't believe that I made the call to the CPAC unit until around 6:38, so I'm not sure who that call was from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below,
Yes.
you may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it?
Wow.
Go ahead and pause it.
We do
Does it
that.
appear you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
You mean to my hurry, think. Don't do that. Who the call from?
Pause it. Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, he on the phone for over a minute now. Yeah, we here. We saw the body. It's gone already.
Pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Sheriff.
Go ahead and play it.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Sheriff right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Good?
Probably good.
Could we play it back?
With the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Y'all, how that lady on trial? Oh, shit.
Pause. You recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead. Pause it. Does it appear that you've walked back into the frame?
Yes.
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him? Or can you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, Go ahead and play. Pause it. Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead.
In his
Pause
voice,
it.
I get it.
Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes.
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play. Pause it. At that point, are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes.
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights on at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
At this point, does it appear that you're still on the phone?
Yes.
How's it? At this point, is there anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now a light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
Maybe 3 minutes.
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit, because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so. Okay. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all for that. Okay. You would agree with me that that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes.
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to now that you've seen that?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jen McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already gone, left from the scene, correct? The fire engine.
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
Yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
Yes.
Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs.
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene, correct?
Doesn't appear so.
Kerry Roberts is gone.
Yes.
Karen Reed is gone.
Yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And then minutes after that call, you did then speak to CPAC, to dispatch, correct?
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch, and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with Kelly Dever?
No.
Okay.
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police dispatch.
Okay, fair enough. At some point, did you have a conversation with, well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton Dispatch and CPAC Dispatch?
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
And okay.
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton dispatch or not.
All right. At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated
I
that he
believe.
does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it,
Correct.
end quote. Sergeant Lang, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a, quote, fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed.
No.
He had been strangled.
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car.
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever, correct?
I stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight. And then I believe I described it as I don't remember my exact terminology, but it was a crazy scene.
Chaotic scene?
Possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
But you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside, and we'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house, after she'd been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPAC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video.
Yes.
And you walked you said either along the driveway or through the yard.
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential, that there was a, let me rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yeah.
No.
What?
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
I didn't know what it was. At that point in time, I didn't know what it was. Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words, yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age,
Right.
right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something.
Again, it could have been a multitude of things that caused those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe that there were any indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had been involved in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been.
Y'all, it's like he refuses to say something happened to this man and he didn't do it to himself. The man face bloody as hell. They tell him look like he been beat up. But you're going there like, I didn't know what happened to him. You knew it was something violent.
Involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. But again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier. It was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
They were approached.
Yes.
Baby, Alan said, baby, let's talk about this shit. Because he knows that if he was supposed to have been in that house and he's on their front lawn, it is very possible that something happened there.
Given what you believed at the time and the possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house?
If it had been a confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
Right? The house is part of anywhere, right?
Correct.
So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at that point as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered. And then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
Well, you didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
Well, I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it.
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to. And she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
Have you ever been, in your course of investigating cases, have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of those investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself, and they don't have to let me in.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home, correct?
Correct.
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead, yes.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
We know.
I don't recall.
You remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs to the basement?
I don't recall.
You indicated on direct examination that you didn't notice anything. I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Didn't look for broken furniture down there?
I didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing or blood evidence or DNA evidence?
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
So if I were to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
No.
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the.
Now, let me tell you something. Adrian Love would have had Bev mark his response as what, non-responsive? Because just say no. Just say no.
Rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
Just say no.
And did you seek guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause?
Lewin would have done it too.
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for a search warrant because it wouldn't have probable cause.
Why
In your
not?
mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
See, Ben, yes, because I need that answer.
One of the ways to secure a premises, any premises, in a normal crime scene investigation would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it and lock it down, correct?
If there was reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down as a potential crime scene?
No.
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Did you allow witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Who was that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they are not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No.
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing.
Correct.
Or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Where was Chloe? Good question. Where was Chloe? And they know they didn't do it.
Given the fact that you were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Good. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews.
Yes,
At least according to Sergeant Good, you were taking charge.
sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
So that location.
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you know where the furniture was or was not?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you note in a diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note in any document where the individuals were, the human beings were in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were, or did I make a
I'm asking you
diagram?
whether or not you documented that.
No.
Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John O'Keefe was found out in the yard, that there was a shoe missing, his right shoe was missing?
No,
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me what much later means, days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house?
I did not.
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue. You understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes,
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature. Like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
yes,
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Yes, yes,
Right? They're critical items of evidence, right? It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No,
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, for text messages, or communications?
no,
Did you believe, well, turning back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Lally, you did in fact interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
yes,
You also interviewed his wife.
yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed it was important, but did you ever, in fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
Nope.
I did not.
You indicated that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes,
You know that has recording capability.
yes,
Was anybody else with Nicole? When I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together.
Yes.
Did you then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside. To the best of my memory, I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
Yes,
So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole and Jennifer McCabe were listening, correct?
Yes,
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe were listening.
yes,
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before from Jennifer McCabe, Brian and Nicole were both listening.
yes.
Listen, I'm telling you, everybody had a part to play. And I think Jen's part was, hey, when Karen sees he's not home, she's probably going to call you at some time. You need to play the loving friend. She's like, I'll take care of her. I'll take care of her. I don't think it was ever going to be she did something to that man until they realized her tail light was out. Jen planted the seed that you hit him. Jen planted that seed. So, well, from what I hear, I need to see what Jen says. But I think that was her. She's definitely seems like she's calm under pressure. She is the one who says, I'm going to handle this part of it. Like, Liz, look how she snuck into the house. She was very careful not to say he was a police officer. Like, if I know my dude is a police officer and I know that's going to make sure that he gets better service, quicker service, which in the paramedics, they eventually find out and they gave him great service. I'm going to say those things. That's why Jen is all up in the mix.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You'd already left, came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, it was around 9 a.m.?
No, I came back just moments later.
Had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house,
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back
yes,
because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
yes,
What?
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
yes,
Were they within earshot?
Yep.
yes,
And they listened to that conversation as
Yep.
well.
yes.
After that conversation,
What she
did you
said?
meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, any time until February 4th?
No,
None.
no.
I do want to talk for a second, just a brief second, about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter
Yes,
of the yard. Is that right?
that's correct.
Crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy.
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you wish to.
Yeah.
No,
Why?
You don't have stakes at Canton PD.
No, we-
mean stakes. ESTAKES.
yeah, I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
Canton PD doesn't have those.
No,
So if the crime scene tape was blowing down, that was just sort of a let's give up on it. Wasn't doing any good.
no.
In your mind, it was futile.
The crime scene tape was futile. Yes, it was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
All right. And once the scene was cleared, all those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone, right?
Yes,
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
yes,
So before 8 a.m.,
I'm saying.
that crime scene was completely, I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open,
yes,
unsecured,
yes,
and available to anybody who wanted access to it.
correct.
One of the reasons to secure a crime scene is to minimize the possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes,
And evidence tampering on the other hand, right?
sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence,
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not too much further with this, though.
I've just got a couple of quick questions about this.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. An example or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence, moving it from here to here, correct?
That would be tampering, yes.
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
Yes.
Bye.
Taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
Yes.
Or even planting evidence that didn't exist before. All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
Yes.
And setting up a proper crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering, obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware. At this point in time, state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
So in your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
You found both the blood that we saw pictures of and the cocktail glass that we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes.
You searched the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
We searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area,
6x6 or 7x7?
roughly.
That's it.
6 feet on each side.
Right. You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong,
Yes.
like a man's size 12 shoe would have caught your attention.
It would.
A black baseball cap would have caught your attention.
It would.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention.
Yes.
Certainly 45 pieces of plastic would have caught your attention.
Yes.
And between you and Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good, Officer Mulaney, Lieutenant Gallagher, none of that was found.
The only things we found were the things that were documented.
You did find the blood, however, is that right?
Yes.
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
Me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about.
Yes. Yes.
You're aware that those solo cups are unsealed?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
When I say unsealed, I mean they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up the snow and the dirt and the debris and the grass and everything else along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the class that I can recall.
You're sure about that? There's no dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any, no.
You didn't observe any dirt and snow? You don't think there's dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Okay. Certainly wasn't a sterile cup.
No.
Certainly wasn't a crime scene cup.
No.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting any biological material in anything made of plastic, correct? Are you aware of that?
No.
When you scooped up the blood, did you videotape that process so we know exactly which blood stain was scooped up from where?
No.
I don't recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay.
Just scoop.
So if there was multiple contributors of the blood, we'd sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once these unsealed cups were in your possession, what did you do with them?
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
Temporary, excuse me, the blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator.
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes.
There's generated a seal or a label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
It should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene, not crime scene tape, evidence tape.
If I had left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could see it.
Yes.
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure, correct?
Yes.
So we have tab 23.
I think I'm just still stuck on the snow.
Do you recognize
What's they gonna do?
what's depicted in this exhibit?
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
Hey, playing.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as exhibit 37. You see a little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Let's go to tab 24.
I know
You
that.
see that white rag?
Open.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag.
Stop
But actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the
You
same
gotta
thing.
be kidding me.
That's a grocery bag.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
Come on.
I'm not sure.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sallyport. So it's some point after the state police had seized the vehicle.
And at some point after you had brought the solo cups back to the station.
Correct.
Matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence,
February.
correct?
I was
3 days later, and that damn bag been open.
not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25. You recognize that?
It appears to be Solo cups with substance inside.
Are those just any solo cups or those the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
It appears that they have red liquid material
Oh my.
floating in the bottom.
Yes.
Appear to be blood.
The top three I can see. Yeah. The only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay, let's look at the next tab.
What the hell
which
we
is
supposed to do with
26. And you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag? Same bag, little white rag right there.
I do.
Okay, that appear to be the same 6 solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
So are those the same 6 solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview and ultimately brought back to Canton PD.
Yes.
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they appear to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead. You sure?
They appear to be the same solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
Let's go back to tab 24. And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
You don't even know if
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
People that have been watching, can you guys tell me, was anything in that bag tested? Was this allowed to be used as evidence? I need somebody who's been watching, who's been keeping up, to let me know what happened with this, because this is evidence that should have been thrown out. They ain't have no Sharpie key. Like, the bag just opened. It doesn't seem like evidence you can use. It should have been thrown out. It's been open in their evidence room for 3 days. Wait a minute. Did they use it? They marked nothing. Okay, it wasn't. Thank you, Shalon. Makes sense. How can you use this? This was just stupid. I mean, this was just stupid.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
Well, let's look at the other photographs. Well, before we do that, are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you I don't know.
Okay, let's look at the next tab. Looking at it from the top, does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag, that has ever been secured?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed.
Right.
And if in fact that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Have you ever used evidence tape before? To seal anything?
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the top of my head.
God.
How long have you been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011-12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
If you can recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. That's all I have for this.
This is sad, baby. This is sad.
Okay, I'm going to see Councilor Tybar for just a minute, please.
This some sad shit. Okay, y'all, we got a sidebar.
Paul, we're bringing them over. Yes, please.
Got another witness, y'all. Wait a minute. He up again.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Hey, y'all keep saying that. I'm just bothered.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, sir, with regard to incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
So I had left the establishment, Centerfields is what it was called at the time, and the owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink, so I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron, and as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lapalato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family. They had a young child at the time. Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do. Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in our direction at this
Y'all, he is telling his side of the story about that fight they had.
point. I got out of my truck,
I don't give a damn what's going on because I done heard you bit a man. You got to be one crazy, sick man to bite somebody. So,
approached the group and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight." And I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lapalato at one point said, "I know who you are. I don't give a fuck," and asked me what I was going to do about it. A wrestling match ensued. I was punched. And at that point, I defended myself and did engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
Now, you were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point. And he advised me that I could do it the next time I was at work, which was a couple of days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified if you know?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender, and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street, and I said, "Call the police, call the police," and they ultimately called 911.
can y'all see him doing that?
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at
You did.
Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people. You have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town. Fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know,
Yes.
whether that be witnesses, people that you arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you were asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
You were asked some questions about on the cruiser cam video whether you're on the phone. You indicated that you could make an educated guess as to who you're on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
Oh, man.
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, you talked about the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you were on scene, did it essentially persist in the same manner?
Yes.
And then later on that day, what, if any, change occurred with regard to the weather?
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
And from your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the three occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, excuse me, was also through the front door. And it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present and Matt was also to my right.
And then on the third occasion, when yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Ms. McCabe further?
We went in through the door to the right, so it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area, and that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before, if you know?
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion, what, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house, anything askew, anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further on.
May we approach very briefly?
Yes.
Lieutenant Lank, you indicated that you claimed in your description that you were assaulted by the Lopalito brothers, correct?
Yes,
The fact is, they were never convicted of anything having to do with this case, the case that you're describing. Is that true?
correct.
You also indicated that they made either a threatening comment to you or a disparaging comment to you about, I don't give a fuck, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable?
No,
All of this incident was in furtherance of you protecting a member of the Albert family when they asked for your help, correct?
no, it was me protecting someone who asked for my help, who was clearly in fear.
Who happened to be an Albert.
Happened to be an Albert.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set. Lieutenant, you're all set, sir. Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And jurors, we will break right at 1, but let's see if we can get more testimony, please. Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Ray.
Okay.
All right, y'all. This is our last witness. This is our last witness for the day. Because I do have to leave this live. I'm probably gonna stop about 7:45. I hope we get through this witness, so we'll be done with day 6, because I have to go over to WTF Wednesdays with Miss J and Kayla. The portion I'll be talking about is Karen Reed. I did make them aware, hey, I just started watching. So I'm going to share my WTF moments from watching this Karen Reed trial. And I think Miss J is watching Tay K's trial, or she may have another trial. And, we're going to talk about the 4PF, what's going on with them, talk about the death of young Scooter, what's going on there. So we'll be doing WTF at 8 o'clock. After I leave here, I'll be over there. We weren't going over there. I was there. I see over here going. Y'all know we always do like a recap of WTF. My recap is really going to be us watching YNW Melly's hearing from the other day. So if you didn't get to watch that, you want to, if y'all gonna be winding down, you're in a bathtub, whatever, I'm gonna be watching the YNW Melly hearing from yesterday. No one chat. I have my chat up. No one chat.
Mindful of stuff right up.
heat. So needs to be fired.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Scared to go to Boston. 'Cause this is what y'all got to offer. They all look alike. Red in the face. Bye, Lauren. That's too pretty. I'm gonna put it on. I need to see it. I stopped watching it.
Good.
They all look like they could be related cousins.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Oh yeah, no, I got
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Charles Ray, R-A-E.
Who is this?
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Approximately 25 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
Ain't doing
And
shit.
how long have you had the rank of lieutenant with the Canton Police?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And don't nobody
And
know how
what,
to
if
do
any,
this.
sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Canton Police Department?
Day to day, going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the family services unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022, were you working that day?
I came in to work the day shift about 7:30 a.m.
And what is the day shift of the Canton Police?
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is a shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area at that time.
And at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned, usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information, as there typically is, in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer, and he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I had never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Goods, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
And at some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as the legal guardianship?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of two young children that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Based on that information, what, if anything, did you decide?
I'm not sure if it was a suggestion of the former chief or if it's just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at One Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking about?
Ken Berkowitz.
And a well-being check, if you could describe to the jury, sort of what is involved in that and what does it entail as it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be 2 young unattended children, and knowing that both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon, we wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and wonder where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could provide that and help locate other loved ones or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence. And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the shift supervisor? Yes, 682. And is that the cruiser that you used to go to One Meadows Ave? We did. And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with? Sergeant Lehan and I. He was the incoming sergeant.
What, if anyone?
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Lehan have with regard to the department? Specific role? Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant. And so the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that that has a cruiser camera fixed to it? Correct. Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning? I have now, yes. Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41. Okay. Gilman, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds.
They did. And also, maybe this is just me. I know the children had just lost parents, but one of the kids was like 14. So I was like, why don't you just wait and let one of the family members go to the house? But I also get that this is a small town. Small towns do things differently. So maybe that's why they went there. Because I was thinking, well, they 14. They don't know what's going on. Just let them wait till they get some family to come back. But small towns do things differently.
And what's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant? Do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sallyport Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove from that position to One Meadows, correct? Correct. Ms. Gilman, if you could just run for comments.
Where we at? Are they? It's 8:16 a.m. I can see that today.
Gilman, if you could pause it there. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 25 seconds.
Now 8:23, 8:21. Man, everything is relatively close. 8:22. It couldn't have been 2 hours because it still said 8:20 something. It started like 8:17 or something. And they started at 8:17, somewhere up in 8:16. It's 8:22 now. Still on the 29th. Wait, it started at 6:16, y'all. That light
Someone keep
outside.
a pause with that. What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
I'm sorry. See, look up there. Look at the timestamp. Hold up. I hope. Let's wait till that moves. Because it's light outside now. It couldn't have been 6:16. Why isn't that moving? Hold up. Move. Okay, wait. Let me just play. Y'all see, it says 8:17. I hear what y'all saying, but do y'all not see that it say 8:17 up there? 08:17, 13 seconds. Am I the only one seeing? Are y'all saying that this is edited? Because that said 8:17. Let me just play it again.
Gentlemen, if you could pause it there. Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 25 seconds.
So let me say this too. When he's saying fast forward, y'all, in the 2 hours, 9 minutes, it might be a long video, and he's telling him at what point to get to y'all. Right. Thank you, Lauren. That's what I'm saying. He didn't skip 2 hours ahead. He was telling him put it at the 2 hour mark, which will reveal the timestamp that he wants to show. Yeah, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Remember, 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:17, they were at the crime scene. And this particular officer wouldn't have been at the crime scene. I don't think I heard his name, but he is the one who actually went to the home of the children to go check on the children. But the 2 hours, he has a longer video. He's telling that man what point to put it at for him, because it only jumped. It went from 8:16 to 8:20 right now. I think this is him going to John O'Keefe's home with the children. This is the police cruiser's camera. I think he's just showing to go check on the kids.
What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
And sort of toward the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different door? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
Now, with respect to this home, had you ever been there before?
No.
Subsequent to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of One Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
Yes.
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residents from that morning when you were there?
Yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regards to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
I thought you went there for the
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
It is Miss Sheila.
If you can pause it there, Ms. Gilman. Now, so it appears from this you pull into the driveway at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
and there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of sort of the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or you look around the house? What is it that you do on a well beach?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No.
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
Go closer. Nobody's back in.
You could pause right there, Ms. Gilman. Sorry, the individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And who is that?
That was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. Maybe we approach.
Okay.
It does not look like it's broken into 47 pieces. That's for sure. Oh.
That's it, you can stay just for a minute, please. That's it for today. We've asked those same.
But dang it, guys. We're done. We're done with day 5 and 6. Tomorrow, I'm going to look at the timestamps tonight because we might be able to do 7, 8, 9. I'm really going to consider getting up earlier if I go to bed tonight early again so that I can come on earlier. We've made it, y'all. We have finished day 5, day 6. It's still 150 of us. Thank you guys for rocking with me today. What do I have to say so far? Every single person, Val, I think I could do that. I think I could do that. My niece gets up at 6. So I'll just tell her, make sure she get me up too. Key, I was really up at 6:30 this morning. Thinking about this trial, but I didn't want to turn it on because is it really a real reaction if I watch it first, then watch it again? It's not real. So I didn't turn it on. What did I watch? Beyond the Gates. I was lowering goodbye. I can do 8:30. You know, 8. I love when you give me a range. 8:30. I could really do it because I just feel like I want to make sure I'm done. 1, before that job starts, and 2, before this new trial starts. I want to be done with it. And a lot of the days are 4 hours, I saw. So y'all already, while we were on live, I was over here drinking. Breakfast with Mel. Wait a minute, who said that? You clocked in at 4:30? Girl. Oh, God. Charles raised 14 minutes of testimony. Oh, God. But yeah, I think today is WTF starts in 20 minutes. So I need to get off of here and I need to go get my pictures ready and I need to go get the videos ready for my WTF moments from the Karen Reed trial so far. But yeah, meet me over there. I'm not gonna make a stop Barchi. Y'all hear Barchi crying? I'm not gonna make a link for it because I normally share after Kayla has put the link up. So hold up. It'll be up there. Key, wait a minute. Is this something else? Or Key, are you talking about breakfast with Mel or you said something else? Because if I get up early waiting on you and you a no-show, they'll be able. No, I'm absolutely serious. If we did 6 to not 6 to 6, I really do like 8:30. I can commit to it. Her link already up. Okay, I watch from hers. Wait a minute. Peach be charging people to watch her sleep, talking about go to sleep with Peach. Who want to watch her sleep? People pay to watch her sleep. Lauren said, "Don't be late because I will activate." Baby Lorraine, I'm serious. I just need to go to bed again early like I did tonight. I was in bed. Watching somebody sleep is crazy, but I'm not gonna lie. When I used to scroll on TikTok late at night, there used to be this guy. It was a kid. He probably was in his early 20s. And he had a van. He was homeless and he had a dog. And I would scroll TikTok and he would be in that van sleep. I wouldn't sit there and watch him, but I would read the comments because people would really be trying to talk to him like, man, like he sleep. And that was comedy for me. The man was sleep. Y'all, one day it was hot outside and that dog, they like, wake up and get a dog some water. Like he can't hear you. He can't hear you. Talking about wake up and give the dog water. Like, no. She had to wake up with Peach and went to oh my God. I don't follow her on anything. So I wouldn't know that, but that's some real supporters watching you sleep. I mean, is she diabetic or is she sickly that they're watching her? So if something happened, they can call the police or something. I just can't take it. I can't take it. I love having my community. I definitely will bring my community to parties with me. We'll go to, but going to sleep with me, I don't want the man to hear me if I snore. Because they say I snore from time to time. Baby, I don't want the man to hear that. Why would I want y'all to? Why would I want y'all to do that? No, Lauren, I'm wondering. Is she sickly and maybe this is why? This is just, well, no. No. But I'm gonna get off here, y'all. Thank y'all so much for rocking with me today. I want to see y'all at WTF for those of y'all that come, and we'll be back here in the morning. Y'all saying 8:30. But I'm gonna get up. Are you making a link? La Panda, no, but my link is going to be up as soon as I go into the studio for Kayla. So it'll be up in like 10 minutes or so. Bye, y'all. See y'all later. Thank you.